Good morning, everyone. If you're maybe in from other countries, it may be good afternoon, or it may be even good evening, but welcome, whatever your time of day. We're very happy to do this introduction to the founder's vision for the Universal Peace Federation. It's a very profound vision, particularly of extending the culture of peace in this world. And we are going to spend today with the help of Dr. David Earle, Reverend Dr. David Hanna, and David Fraser Harris, and as well as all of you during question and answers time. Please feel free to use the chat to add your questions, and we will have time to do questions and answers and comments, etc. We're going to start with a video. This is from the time of our World Summit in 2020. The World Summit is the flagship program of the Universal Peace Federation International. And it happened in Korea just prior to the start of COVID. But it was a remarkable event. And if we could start the video, please.
UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union, and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we are here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are: the International Summit Council for Peace was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the ISCP, affirms and uplifts the unique role of First Ladies in contributing to peace and development. IAFLP brings together current and former First Ladies from throughout the world, drawing upon their experience and wisdom as women leaders and as role models who serve their countries in significant ways. The International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, represents a worldwide professional network of journalists who support a socially responsible and moral media. IMAP recognizes the vital role that journalists play in providing objective reporting to foster an informed citizenship. The International Association of Academicians for Peace, IAAP, is a global interdisciplinary academic initiative aimed at contributing toward the realization of a world of lasting peace. IAAP is dedicated to building professional networks for academicians to foster a world of peace. The International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, affirms the role of businesses, business leaders, and investors to make the world a better place. In early 2020, UPF convened a rally of hope featuring dignitaries including Pastor Paula White, Cambodia Head of State His Excellency Hun Sen, President Macky Sall of Senegal, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, former US Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and many others.
I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its broad set of partnerships in the realms of politics, religion, academia, media, economy, arts, women and youth serve as a good model. I believe the Universal Peace Federation will become a cornerstone to build lasting peace around the world and the heavenly unified Korea based on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Celebrating 15 years, UPF will continue to grow through service, dialogue and collaboration, guided by its spiritual and moral vision of one family under God.
I think videos are miraculous. In the space of one video, now we have a full room. But you can see a lot through a condensed video like this, which is showing many different aspects of Universal Peace Federation. But this huge vision behind it is what we're going to look at today. That gives you a flavor of its vision and the founder's vision for it. Today, Margaret, are you coming up here? Today, we want to welcome you all and thank you for all the people who have come from Birmingham, who have many in this room. And thank you all for those who are joining online and for those who are joining us during the day. We want to welcome you.
Yes, I really am very happy because it's been so long we haven't had in-house, especially principles of peace, We've been so lucky to have 3 very excellent lecturers and people who understand the heart of the thing and are expressing in a beautiful way. We are the most grateful group to have these fantastic people guiding us through this process. But what I'm most excited about is to see all the Birmingham people that I love, and also old friends and people who've not seen me for ages. Bahawan said to me, no, I'm not going to go in. I'm going to stay at the door. I want to give you a big hug. Because we've not seen each other for ages. So that's one example. But that's true for everyone. There's our lovely sister.
Actually, I think we must give credit to Kyunja Hanna, who is the wife of Reverend Dr. David Hanna, who's going to give our first presentation. But she
and
has
Agneta Marsh,
supporting.
who is the wife of...
But Kyunja Hanna, I think since last December has been... Chansori is the word in Korean, a small voice, which is repeated. The encouragement for us to have this seminar, and this has always been a feature, like a quarterly or every 3 times a year of our program in the UK, but it's something that we want to do regularly here also from Lancaster Gate this year after COVID. Could I start by introducing Reverend Dr. David Hanna, who will, Dr. David Earl.
There are 3 Davids.
Where Goliath just doesn't have a chance. So Dr. David Earl has been driving down the M40 from Birmingham, which is normally a 2-hour drive, but I'm sure with picking people up and all kinds of things, it's not the most peaceful start. But he's very courageously offered to give the introduction this morning, and he has been leading UPF in Birmingham even before there was a UPF. Together with Patricia, they've been working together, doing tremendous work with Women's Peacemaker Group and UPF as well, and has so much experience of Universal Peace Federation. So please welcome Dr. David Earl. Thank you.
I can just get plugged in. I've got it on my screen, Ray, but not...
Let me help you.
So while Raymond's just coming up to help me, good morning, hello everybody online, and everyone here in the room.
I'll just, if you just start the actual, then it prevents us, okay.
So as Robin said, I've just been driving at 90 miles an hour down the M40 to try and get here on time because of 30-40 minute delay. And I'll try not to go through my presentation at 90 miles an hour. I'll try and slow down. I'll try and give you a brief overview, some of which you've already just seen on the video, and then some actual examples from hard experience, life experience. So, Universal Peace Federation is a global alliance of people like yourselves, individuals and organizations dedicated to building a world of peace, a world where everyone can live together in freedom, harmony, and cooperation, and with prosperity for all. So part of the UPF mantra is mutual prosperity, creating win-win situations where we all experience this same freedom, harmony, and so on. So some of you, many of you will be ambassadors for peace, and this is also then a global alliance of leaders from all levels and stratas of society who align with the core principles, the universal principles of UPF. So we try then to bring people together, as we're doing today, virtually and in person, and our kind of overall goal, as I was discussing with Imam Tamiz on the way down, is this one family under the one divine creator, under the one God. The feeling that we are brothers and sisters. And what are the core values in that family? Then we like to try and promote strong, healthy families, interfaith harmony and cooperation, a culture of service, which I've been quite involved in myself, particularly with young people, reconciliation, forgiveness, and working together in partnership, and affirmation of spiritual principles, particularly through practical action in real life, day-to-day life. So we could summarize these principles, these 5 principles. One, there are many ways of looking at the divine, at the creator, at our origin, at God, but we would emphasize the aspect, if we are to become one family, then God has this aspect of parent. God is our parent, our true parent, we say, and we try to encourage everybody individually to develop a true parental heart, even young people, to try to encourage them to develop this true parental heart that thinks of myself and the other, me and the wider world, our common destiny together. We believe that we are essentially spiritual in nature, that marriage is, that's not so clear, is it? Sorry, on the screen. Marriage is not just a social institution, but a sacred institution, and the family, therefore, is a school of love where we develop and experience all the different aspects of love in the extended family. God's ideal is to live for the sake of others, and interreligious and international cooperation are essential to world peace, particularly in the current context. Can you see them there? Sorry about that.
That's good.
So point number 5 has a key role to play in resolving many of the current issues that we see in our society. Key areas of focus are then peace building, as we just mentioned, strengthening marriage and family, peace and security, service and the culture of peace, and the UN and NGO, where UPF has attained general consultative status because of the breadth of our activities in so many countries of the world, in so many different areas of society and human endeavor. These you saw on the video. So the International Summit Council for Peace, current and former heads of state, parliamentarians for peace, First Ladies for Peace. My First Lady came down with me this morning. Thanks to her, we all came down from Birmingham. Association for Peace and Economic Development, focusing on business and the economy. Some of you will have heard this young man here speak in Korea, and people from all walks of life and all persuasions. IAPD, the International Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, and IMAP for media. And finally, in case you missed this little picture here, then I've enlarged it here so that you can see our International Secretary General Tom Walsh with Taj Hamad, and I think the Egyptian ambassador to Italy, meeting with Pope Francis in 2019. That was July 2019. And Pope Francis already knew about our organization from his home country of Argentina, and he was very happy to spend 30 minutes or so discussing and sharing our common ideas and understanding. So finally, Academicians for Peace and the Association of Arts and Culture for Peace, which is particularly good for many of our young people. You can see a picture there of the little angels. So finally, in this little section, then, as I mentioned, our mantra, interdependence. I think we're all even more fully aware of that over the last couple of years. Our mutual prosperity, my happiness and your happiness together, and the values that we share, universally shared values. So now just a few actual examples, practical examples, the theory applied into practice and from local level to the global level. And I hope you'll forgive me for indulging in examples where I've been involved myself. I like to speak from actual life experience. It makes it a little bit more authentic. Just to reiterate these areas of focus, then peace building, marriage and family, peace and security, service and the culture of peace, and also I've included peace education that I'll mention in a few minutes at the conclusion. So one example of peace building is coming together. Actually, this is for a peace service at a wonderful Islamic Institute in Birmingham. Some of our friends who've come down with us will have been at that event. And bringing together the Minister of Religion from that organization, the Secretary of the Birmingham Council of Faith, the leader of the Jain community, a former MEP, Anthea McIntyre, former Lord Mayor then standing in the middle, Christian minister, people from all walks of life in this beautiful venue. And also I like UPF for its advocacy, giving people the opportunity to speak and represent their faith tradition, their culture, their perspective on life. And here, so we have interfaith prayers from all our faith traditions, and then the wonderful Dr. Michael Balcom, who may join us, I think, this afternoon. He had the opportunity to speak. And his conclusion was, peace starts with, not me, but peace starts with B for Birmingham. Many of us here have been involved in the Middle East Peace Initiative, largely from 2003 to 2008. Robin and Margaret, I don't know how many times Robin went to the Middle East, probably 20, 30 times, bringing groups of people from all over the world and doing together what we couldn't do separately. So this picture here shows Auntie Margaret and many other ladies in Al-Aqsa. There were Jews, Muslims, Christians, old, young, men, women. Everybody was in Al-Aqsa. It was electrifying. We could only get there on our peace walk because we were people of the Abrahamic faiths. So the Jewish security, Israeli security, was keen to stop us because of the large number of people walking through the narrow streets of Jerusalem. But the rabbis in our group came to the fore and negotiated with their own security to allow us to continue. And then our relationship with the imams in Al-Aqsa allowed all of us together to go into Al-Aqsa. So we can do together what we can't do separately. And then we invited several people from the Holy Land to come to the UK. This is Bishop Ria, then Bishop of Jerusalem, coming, and Tamara and Ali from the Bereaved Families Forum, Parents Circle and Families Forum. Incredible people who came to help us in the UK with our peace building. Strengthening marriage and family, the Interfaith Peace Blessing, which has taken place in this venue many times, and in Birmingham this was one of our largest gatherings in Arya Samaj. And we had Muslim brothers and sisters in a ostensibly Hindu environment, because in Arya Samaj they don't have icons and statues, so everybody felt comfortable to be there together. Peace and security were discussed a couple of years ago in 2020, January, at the World Summit, and that was the most arguably electrifying gathering I've ever been to in terms of the number and variety of people. I don't know if you can correct me, maybe 5,000 people or 6,000 people from top to bottom of society, all walks of life, all religious persuasions. It was incredible, and we may hear more about that later. And here you'll see largely men on this picture, but actually there was real woman power. Margaret was there, my wife was there, and Dr. Sakina Yakubi, who received the Sunhak Peace Prize in 2017, was there. Incredible lady, so inspirational. And finally, turning to service and education, then the power of youth. This is a project we did in East Birmingham back in the late 90s. And as a result of this project, creating a playground for mothers and children to enjoy in the local community. And this young lady was so inspired, then she went back to her homeland of Slovenia. 3 other people went with her from this project, and they did a project to follow up the following year in Slovenia. It has this multiplying, powerful effect. In London, recently, then Robin, Margaret, and Tim Miller have organized a project, I think this was on a rooftop in London, amazing, where young people came together and did all kinds of gardening and environmental work. And we're hoping to do the same in Birmingham, not on a rooftop, but actually on terra firma, in an eco-park in that same part of Birmingham, Small Heath, that you saw the previous picture from, and to bring together young men and young women to create a peace garden in this eco-park in early August. And finally, my last 2 minutes, peace education. So important. Again, I was discussing with Imam Tamiz on the way down that our young people grow up with the right kind of education, not just academic education, formal education, but peace education. How to become not just a good scientist, a good nurse, a good doctor, a good whatever, but a good person who is a scientist, who brings all their qualities and values into the public space as whatever. And in the early 1990s, after the collapse of the former Soviet Union, we went into Russia and developed this curriculum with pedagogues and the Ministry of Education, and it was disseminated into thousands of schools. But unfortunately, conservative forces then came back, and including, unfortunately, the Orthodox Church, and didn't want new organizations, new ideas in their neck of the woods, and we had to withdraw. If that hadn't happened, I'm not sure we would have the current situation in the Ukraine, actually. That's my firm belief. 2018, January, an incredible summit in Africa where we offered our character education curriculum to all the leaders of African nations at ministerial level, even there were some current and former heads of state there. This person here speaking, you can't see him very well, but he's the State Minister of Education from Nigeria. He was brought by our representative, UPF representative George Ogurie, to that meeting, and we offered freely online our character education curriculum for them to consider back in their home country. And this is now happening as we speak in Nigeria. We're discussing with head teachers, various organizations. This is George here with his mask on at one of the first discussion meetings where teachers came to assess the curriculum. You'll see here head teacher, head teacher, head teacher, head teacher. It's going forward in a very powerful way, and we hope it'll be disseminated and spread throughout Nigeria, where there are real tensions, particularly between, as you may know, the Muslim and Christian communities. And finally, these are the actual people who came to that meeting. So we're very hopeful there. And also, I haven't included it, but in the West Bank and Gaza and Israel, it's also a version which has been written in Arabic. The same education curriculum, but in Arabic and contextualized for the Middle East, is being trialed in hundreds of schools with Palestinian young people. And I don't know if David might mention something about that when he speaks from his vast experience in Syria and the Middle East. Very helpful, but very much needed in our troubled world. So that's the theory and the practice. I'll finish there, 11:30. Thank you very much.
That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Thank you, David. You covered so many areas. That's great. What I would like to do is invite Reverend Dr. David Hanna to come up. Sorry. And ask Mr. Keith Best, after David Hanna's presentation, during the comments, and if you would like to come up as chair of the trustees, I know you have to go at 12:30, and if that's okay, that will be. Then let's welcome up Reverend Dr. David Hanna. Thank you very much. If you have comments or questions, then either please add them in the chat or send them to PA, as in the registration at the bottom they explain. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, get wider. So, good morning, everybody. A big welcome from me and to all those who are joining us online. I don't know how many you are, but we're very grateful for your participation, and I hope you can catch everything almost as if you were here. That would be wonderful. So thank you too for those who made the extraordinary journey down from Birmingham. Very brave of you, very noble. So thank you so much for investing all that effort. I heard 3 carloads, right? 3 cars. Wonderful. So let me just see if I get a good image on this. Excellent. So my first presentation, first of 3 today, which just give a little insight into the thought and the teaching and some of the ideas behind the Universal Peace Federation and everything which is going on, that you see going on, or perhaps you are involved in. A little more, explanation about where that comes from, and a little window into other areas of this thought, the more kind of theological, philosophical, these kind of areas which have their own importance. And it's there really for your interest, and thank you for responding to that. Of course, UPF is I think the term is non-confessional organization, so we welcome people of all faiths or of no particular faith. We embrace and value the real contribution of conscientious and peace-loving citizens. It's so important that we work together, as Dr. Earl expressed. This is where we get our strength and our power, and that means all of you. So it's really a testimony to you, really, that we can meet like this. No one is asked to adhere to a certain set of beliefs. I think actually that's one of the strengths of UPF, and yet it is profoundly spiritual in origin and respectful of religious traditions, and becomes a kind of vehicle for people of different faiths to work together. So it's tremendously important in this way, and yet interestingly, I can't help but notice it naturally attracts people of kind of like mind and of real personal integrity. It sounds a little like a mutual appreciation society, doesn't it? But it always amazes me, Yeah, it's natural. It's not, nobody is kind of vetted or, has to be quizzed before they can become an ambassador for peace or, work with UPF. And yet naturally, maybe it's because of some of the people who are running it, the Robins and the Margarets of this world, and Mr. Keith Best and everybody who's kind of naturally, people want to associate with something which reflects the things that they're interested in and concerned with, and it's very beautiful to see. Our founders, Reverend and Mrs. Moon, they're known, within the movement especially as the true parents, and kind of increasingly even outside of those circles, and they are primarily and have been religious leaders. They've shared, and they continue to share, profound insights, really, through their personal relationship with God and knowledge of the spiritual reality. And I'm sure that, this knowledge is resonating with you in some way, and I really appreciate that. I'm going to start with a little something interesting here. It's just something to focus our minds on the bigger picture, I suppose. And can you work out what's going on here? I found this very intriguing when I first saw it. It's a graphic produced by NASA, and that little precious blue ball that you see over a rather dry-looking planet Earth, that is actually the size of the globe, or the sphere, that would result if you put all the surface water of the Earth together. So we think of the oceans as so vast and so deep, but actually they're quite shallow compared to the size of the Earth. And if you put them all together, that is what it is. It's almost like a teardrop, isn't it? Right? So it gives you a sense of, how fragile our planet is, actually. And it's only us as human beings who are bringing a lack of harmony and balance to this beautiful planet and to each other as well. So that brings us to the kind of core of UPF work, which is, it does touch on the environment. We have those areas as well, which are very important. But it's always allied to the human factor. What are we doing and how are we coping with things together? UPF, and the key to our future, of course, lies in people and in the way that we relate to each other and to our common home. So here in these presentations, really, we're concentrating more on the human factor. We can say that all institutions derive their quality, right, and character from the individuals who lead them. And they may be built on noble ideals, but they are influenced by the values and the integrity of those who make the decisions in those organizations. So human character there is shaped always by experiences in the family that people have grown up with, the educational system they've been through, and by the social, cultural, various religious influences in their life. So we look at this kind of big picture and these big influences. And why religion is often a focus is because it has a real contribution to make, very definitely. It rightly, I think, identifies that the solution to world peace and humanity's harmonious future, this lies very much within the individual. Peace starts with B, certainly, but it also starts with me. So that's a nice kind of catchy modern phrase, but it's actually telling the truth about the religious pursuit, wherever that has been practiced. It's always looking to the individual. Before I can think of changing the world, I have to change myself. I have to put myself right. And this is so essential, and I think so right as an approach to the problems that we face. In contrast, for example, the communist experiment, which lasted roughly 70 years, although it's still dragging on a bit, as an applied form of atheistic materialism, it resulted somewhere in between 75 and 150 million deaths. And that's not a clash between countries. It wasn't a world war, apart from the Cold War. And this kind of elimination of people within nations. So that kind of staggering statistic is almost too horrific for people to face, and you don't hear it referred to very much, do you? But this was an experiment into materialism and atheism, and what did it produce? Well, that is the result. Much wisdom has been passed on and down in religion through stories, and religious education really helps development of concepts in young people and an understanding of virtues. So it has been, in the past, making a very essential contribution, maybe less so in our current society. True religious practice, it seeks to restore peace, and it promotes certain things, such as humility in front of God and respect to parents, fidelity in marriage, loyalty, public service. These ideals, which also David Earl was referring to, it emphasizes personal discipline, especially in the area of human relationships and love relationships, sacrifice and control of the physical desires, and restraint and patience and forgiveness in relationships. So it has so much to teach and to pass on to future generations. It also emphasizing loving others as you love yourself, and loving your neighbors as well, even one's enemies. So it's a very powerful and essential force for putting things right, in my opinion, right? And maybe you share that. Here is a quotation from the Holy Quran. In a longer seminar, I would share many and more varied quotations from the extraordinary legacy of wisdom and insight that's found in our world scriptures and world religious traditions. I can only include a few here to show that the points I make are not new in terms of profound spiritual truth, but they're the expression of truth in a kind of updated form, or a form which is apt and appropriate for a new generation and for the future. So it's there to address our scientific age and to provide solutions to realistic problems. So I'll try to give you a taste of that as we go along. If your faith background is not specifically quoted, please don't take any inference from that. I'd love to include everybody. It just happens to be a quotation applicable to what I've just said from the Holy Quran. But I also have to say, those of Islamic background, you might find that this isn't a very good translation, or we run into all kind of little mini minefields, don't we, when we try to do this. But please understand this with the best of intention. And here it says, prayer restrains one from shameful and unjust deeds, and resemblance of God is the greatest thing in life, without doubt. So this is the kind of essence there of what religion has to teach and to pass on and to do in terms of bringing control into the life and the love of any individual. So the unification principle, or principles of peace under UPF, what does it provide? Well, it's a new expression of religious truth for our age, as I've intimated. It opens the way, this way, for a harmonized view of religion and science. So it's seeking to make that bridge, and it identifies universal values that are present in the major world faiths and reveals God as a God of heart, we say. It's a little bit of a new expression, but why not, right? God is a God of heart, and identifies clearly the importance of human responsibility and puts appropriate emphasis on that, I believe. So it provides understanding for tackling those real problems, and also combines revelation with reason. And you'll find this in Father Moon's teaching. Much wisdom has been passed on and down in religion, largely through stories. It's a wonderful thing, isn't it, to pass those on to children and be steeped in that from an early age. Religious education really helps the development of concepts and the understanding of virtues in a young and growing mind, to bring out that humanity, that good person that my previous speaker talked about, right? So very essential in that way. Here's our founder talking at an assembly of the world's religions, which he founded back in 1985. And there he said, religions should be concerned with God's will for world salvation more than with the salvation of the individual or the welfare of their own denomination or group. As far as I know, God is not sectarian. He's not obsessed with minor details of doctrine. We should quickly liberate ourselves from theological conflict which results from blind attachment to doctrines and rituals, and instead focus on living communication with God. Because in God's parental heart and his great love, there is no discrimination based on color or nationality. There are no barriers between countries or cultural traditions, east and west, or north and south. So through interreligious dialogue and harmony, we should realize one ideal world of peace. Amen. Amen. Whatever you like to say to that. Yeah. Yay, right? I don't know. Whatever comes to you. So, we're talking about, unity based on universal values. We've introduced that. And we can look to the values that are common to the world's great religions and philosophies. And again, these are just symbolic representations of everything. I can't put every worthy religious tradition on there. But, the key is individual peace and individual happiness, becoming a responsible individual with integrity and developing a heart of love towards others. I put some of these pictures on because having come from a religious education background, a few years foray into high school education as a religious education teacher, I was kind of dismayed to find that the examples held up were very few for children to learn about these good human beings, right? There was Martin Luther King Jr., usually Gandhi was there, Mother Teresa, also Nelson Mandela, and then you start kind of, who else can we talk about, right? I don't think it should be that way. I don't think it is that way, actually. There are many unsung heroes, very precious and wonderful people who lived really saintly and godly lives, but we don't give them that kind of recognition, or maybe they didn't influence and impact the world in quite that way. But, everybody, these are not, something different to ordinary human beings, really. Is that fair to say? Right? They are flawed as well in their own way when you look at their histories and read their autobiographies. But, nevertheless, the potential is there in every person to be a great, positive peacemaker and someone who can influence, if not their family, their, even more than that, their community, their society, and really make a precious contribution. So that's part of what it is to be human. In the unification principles that we're sharing, we identify certain foundations for lasting peace and happiness. The first is really allocated to the individual, and we put it in a diagrammatic form this way. So every person consists of a mind and body. Those need to interact together harmoniously, centering on a common purpose and values, which, if we are taking a religious line, we can say are centered on God, on the origin, on the Creator. If that's difficult for somebody, then we can say, well, let's think about centering on higher values or a higher purpose, something that's common and there for the common good. So mind and body unity is encouraging a person to match their deeds with the highest words, really. And that makes a person of integrity. It's a person that can, just by their presence, have some lasting impact. And, in this system for the individual is where we can grow in character and really work to mature our heart, our ability to love and to receive love, and also develop our spiritual sensitivities, especially to the invisible spiritual realm and spiritual ideals and God himself. So we can, in that way, we can become a dwelling place of God, to use religious terminology, or a temple of God. And we can be able to receive and give good and genuine altruistic love. So this is the kind of starting point. This is why we say peace starts with me. Are you with me? Yes. Everybody? Fantastic. So more than that, we can talk about the nature of God and the principle, as I call it, or the unification principles. Talk about the nature of God. And God has internal character, emotion, intellect, will, also includes concepts and laws which operate in the universe. And they operate in a certain way, and there's an absoluteness to those laws and principles, such as you can't just change them at will, or nobody's going to be able to do that. So it's written into the very fiber and being of everything that exists. This is a very good starting point for, explaining a reasonable existence of God, right? Also, the principle allocates to the kind of center or core of this being we call God an aspect called heart. And I said that's a kind of new terminology, and I think it's quite useful to think about this. It comes from the revelation and reason of Father Moon and his experience. All that he's teaching is from his experience. So what is heart in this context? It's the impulse to experience joy through giving and receiving love. So it's saying even God had that before the creation process started, right? That means wanted an object to love and to receive love in return. So everything in this sense is based on a reciprocal relationship, and that is at the very core of everything which we see existing in the universe. It's a world full of interdependent relationships. And so heart is the source or the motivation for creating, and it therefore becomes a source of meaning because the purpose comes from the Creator and is invested into everything which is created. So in that way, it's the core of human nature. And the complete nature of God, the kind of more philosophical aspect of the principle, includes, it calls it an external form, but that's not a form you can see ever or ever will see. But God has, as well as the kind of deeper internal aspects, of which the most deep is this aspect of heart that gives rise to love, there's also a kind of original energy, or you can think of it as energy before it becomes energy in the universe. Where does it come from? Where does the essence of life come from? At the moment, scientists can't explain that actually, right? It's a peculiar thing, this thing called life. And yet it's always seeking to become more complex, right, and more developed, and to grow and to multiply. This life is going the opposite way to the Big Bang, if that's the theory that you espouse, right? Because, most explosions don't end this way, with a kind of force to build something up and to develop and to give life to new creatures. Where is that coming from? It must come from some input, right? So it's a very scientific approach to ask that question. And what is that input then? Where is that energy coming from? Where is that? And it's not just a kind of cold, undirected energy. It's actually purposeful and mindful. It's seeking to do something constructive. And these must come from, somewhere. They are not just random events. So, we could talk a day on that one, right? But I just want to give you a sense of, what is behind the things that you're encountering with, it's there, should you want to kind of investigate. And unificationism has developed through this systematic theology. It's there if you want to look at it, and a comprehensive philosophical system of thought. We call it unification thought. And many kind of practical tools as well in the educational area. There's Causa, which is a critique and counterproposal to Marxism, which was very influential behind the scenes to bring down the kind of wall of communism and undermine its kind of false ideology. There's a whole system of teaching based on true family values, and this is being picked up by many areas of the movement. So, but the movement is acting as a catalyst, really, to draw people together. It's not saying we have all the answers, right? But it's drawing the people together who can together find the answers. And that's the power, really, of this organization, I believe. So to look just a little bit more at this, if I may, we say that within God, within this purposeful mind and heart behind everything in the universe, however we like to describe it, there are ideas, and already the kind of idea of what should be manifested or should be created. In God, they exist as united or harmonized subject-object pairs. But when anything is created, if we look at any level of the existing natural world, including human beings, they always exist in subject-object pairs. Have you noticed that? Like men and women, right? Or like mind and body in the individual. This kind of pairing of subject and object. Subject in this context means like initiating, and object is more responding. And in the case of, two human beings, of course, that's very dynamic relationship. But, from that you can get the essence of what makes a good conversation, right? You need, at one time, somebody who's ready to speak and share ideas. At the same time, you need a person who's ready to listen, right? And that person eventually gets an opportunity where they can become subject and share their ideas built on what has been shared together. So if this is working well, this kind of harmonious relationship, then good ideas pop out, right? And good development takes place. And after a good conversation, sometimes you look at each other, don't you, and say, where did that idea come from, right? Was it from you? No, I thought it was from you, It kind of comes. So this is the creative process happening, right? So in this process, there is the kind of, those white arrows are this kind of idea of original energy or pre-energy, which God is investing, right, into everything. And it moves subject and object to relate together. Are you with me? Yeah? And that means each subject-object pair is engaged in a relationship of initiating and responding. And as it says in the principle, the universal prime energy, as it calls it, is the origin of all energies and forces that allow created beings to exist. They're there for existence, multiplication, and action. They come out of positive interchanges between these subject-object pairs. Did you think you'd be hearing this morning? I hope it's not putting you off at all, right? I won't do much more of this, don't worry. So this process of give and take in relationship produces value. This is where it comes from, the harmonious interaction of these subject-object pairs, whether it's my mind and body, or whether it's a husband and wife, or two individuals, or people and the rest of nature. It's producing love, it's producing truth, it's producing beauty, it's producing goodness. It's giving rise to these qualities in everything which is done, which is a wonderful thing. And as I already kind of hinted at, the principle is saying that God himself needs an object to love. So he's a subject, the subject of all subjects. But it's no good just sitting there by yourself. You want someone to love. And the highest kind of object of God's love is human beings, right? Would you agree? Yeah. So that means we are the recipient of this love, first and foremost. And what should we do with that? Naturally, as with the love you receive from your parents, you want to return it, don't you? It's a kind of lifelong, natural thing to do, actually. If you've received genuine love, you just want to return that. How is our love returned to God? Well, in religious circles, we use the term beauty, right? Luckily, it doesn't mean physical beauty, otherwise I'd be out of it, right? No. But, you know, it's something else. It's inner beauty. So what is inner beauty? Where does that kind of come from, or how can we show that inner beauty? Well, we see such things as filial piety and loyalty and faithfulness and trustworthiness and honesty and humility. Wait a minute, isn't this what the world's religions are teaching? Yeah, it is, isn't it? So it's how to be, you know, a beautiful kind of object to God and return beauty to God in response to the love that we receive, which is given to us freely, right? It's nothing that we do from ourselves. So this is the kind of principle that we're talking about in the first section, what we call principles of creation. And it creates a world which is full of complementary pairs. Just to go, briefly through this, we see that there's a pair system on a kind of internal nature between mind and heart and body in human beings, instinct and body in animals. Plants have their own kind of inherent directive nature, which makes them do what they do. They have a kind of rudimentary mind, actually. And they have a body made up of cells. Also, on the mineral level and on the kind of atomic level and subatomic level, we see also inherent directive nature, which is working together with some kind of matter or energy. So that's, again, a paired relationship. Wherever we go, we find these smaller and smaller paired relationships. And there's another set of paired relationships, which is that between male and female. In humans, that's what it is. In animals also. And in plants, we have these same kind of characteristics. And also, when you look on the more molecular level, we see, positivity and negativity, or positive ions and negative ions. We see this, the revelation of principle is saying that actually that is like a very kind of rudimentary level masculinity and femininity. Two words I find difficult to get my mouth around, right? Right? Isn't that interesting? Yes, it's absolutely goes through everything. So in that, you can start to feel that, this is not just a social construct, masculinity, femininity. It's something very deep, actually. It's written into the very fiber and being of the universe and everything which is out there. So, we maybe mess with that at our peril, I would say. I won't say any more on that at the moment. But let's move on. We talked about the kind of individual, and becoming a temple of God, or a person who's a person of integrity. And once we can come to a certain level of individual spiritual maturity, that's where we would want to naturally find a partner in life, right? This is the natural desire that people experience. And to make peace in human society, the next kind of foundation of peace is the family. And the family involves the same kind of common purpose to unite around and source of values, which we, for shorthand, I'm calling God here. And then it's a relationship between husband and wife in a dynamic subject-object relationship that can, in a loving environment, produce and raise children who themselves are in the image of the Creator. And this is the kind of considered in UPF's teaching as the kind of fundamental building block, if you like, of anything like an ideal world, or in religious terms, a kingdom of heaven, whatever we like to call it. If we want to see an ideal and better society, it absolutely has to be founded on these ideals that are contained in the family. So the family is the building block, and any being as such is, interdependent and created to exist through the kind of reciprocal relationships that I've been talking about today. So putting all this together, you could say any created being looks something like this. It has an internal character, an external form, has positivity and negativity, or masculinity and femininity. That's the effect. Where does that come from? It must come from some origin or creator. So God has these characteristics also. This is a principle of resemblance, as we call it. And in this pair system is the kind of fundamental idea of living for the sake of others. You've heard that little mantra, right? And that's where it comes from, really. It's again written into the principles of the universe, between mind and body, between husband and wife, between parent and child, between government and people. That's how it should be. And between human beings and the environment. That's also how it should be, right? The pair system living for the sake of others and for the kind of mutual benefit of both combined. So where is it that we primarily learn about true love in our life? First and foremost, it's from our parents, right? They're our first teachers, whoever is born into this world. The family is, as we say, the school of love. It's there to nurture heart and character and a primary training ground for all future relationships that such a person is going to be involved in. So the quality of that is very important, right? It's very formative. And where do we learn this? In relating to brothers and sisters and parents and grandparents, it's in the dynamic system of relationships which we call the human family. So it's also a school of morality. The basis of right and wrong is inculcated there in the individual. And then becomes the basis of societal norms and a person's proper conduct in the wider world, where eventually, as we grow up, we leave the safe confines of the family, and parents, encourage you to go out and put into good practice everything that you've hopefully learned and inherited from them. It's still a risky business, isn't it, parents, right? But, this is what we're hoping for, and this is what the human heart is naturally kind of created to respond to. So I find, even adults saying to me, I never thought to do that because I don't think my parents would have approved, right? Yeah. It's a very powerful kind of force on one's conscience, isn't it? And especially if you come to love and admire your parents because they, to you, are people of integrity, then that keeps you going. It's actually to do with the development of conscience in the individual. So, where do we learn this true love? It's through the experience between husband and wife, seeing God in the other. You know how they say when often you see an elderly couple, they've grown to look like each other? Have you heard that? Yeah, I think it's true. I think that's the exchange of love, actually. And if, as a husband, you're loving your wife as you should do, she becomes more and more beautiful. Wouldn't you say that, gentlemen? Yes. Married gentlemen, right? Yeah, it's true. So we respond to each other in love this way. So strong families, have a focus of kind of something higher. And that's part of the education that families are there to pass on, especially families kind of engage in this if they're part of a wider religious community, because it's there for the taking, really, and for the example is there. So, able to inherit a kind of sense of altruistic purpose in serving the community. And the principle talks about the kind of 4 great loves which are experienced and learnt within the family. Children's love, siblings' love, spouses' love, and parents' love. And if you put, God, husband, wife, and child together, there are 12 different relationships going on there, because the relationship is two-way, right, by definition. So each has a different quality to it. The husband-wife love is exclusive. If someone comes along to disturb that, they are not welcome, right? And they should know that. But, if parental love seeks to multiply, a person who has one child loves that child 100%, right? If they have 10 children, do they love each 10% each? No. You love each child 100%, right? That's the kind of mystery. It's a different dimension of love that's operating there. Let me also inject a few words from the founder, because I think it says it better than I could, obviously. So in the family, there are 4 levels: grandfather and grandmother, father and mother, you and your spouse, and your sons and your daughters. The world is the extension of these relationships. Thus you need to love the people of the world whose ages are similar to the people in your family, in the same way that you love your family members. That's why we call it a school of love, actually. And the family with love at its core is the foundation upon which each of its members bonds with others, moves and acts. A family is based on love. We see this supported in the world's religious traditions, right? In the Bible, in the New Testament, it says, whoever seeks to gain his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life will preserve it. This is the idea of, putting someone else even before yourself and loving that person as you would want to be loved. In the Holy Quran, it says, do not expect in giving any increase for yourself. So you're not looking for some gain, even though in giving, selflessly, that is where we if we don't listen to the lie that we're going to lose out, we actually find that this is actually the basis of our happiness, right? So people may be reluctant to do that, but actually you deny yourself in the end. In the Bhagavad Gita, even in Hinduism, of sacrifices, the sacrifice performed by those who desire no reward is the nature of goodness. This is the quality which we're talking about. And in Sikhism, in the Adi Granth, says, what is that love which is based on greed? When there is greed, the love is false. Right? In Father and Mother Moon's ministry, worldwide effort to promote marriage and family, one of the largest kind of gatherings, apart from online gatherings, which were much greater, was this in the Seoul Olympic Stadium in 1992. 30,000 couples there. For some it was their wedding day, and for others it was having a renewal of their marriage vows and God's blessing on their marriage. What a beautiful thing, isn't it? All those white dots are wedding dresses. Right? Quite extraordinary. But this is a very public statement that marriage and family are important. And for each person, it was a very precious moment to be involved in. It has been that the great religious traditions of the world have been and continue to be at the forefront of upholding really the ideals of marriage and family. And I think they don't get enough credit for that very often. But the Family Federation for World Peace and UPF, these are kind of sister organizations, recognize that there's an important foundation for world peace in marriage and family, which is actually not only key for attaining world peace, but it's really the only institution founded by God. It's something very, very fundamental that should not be abandoned at a great peril, as I say. At that religious wedding, that beautiful blessing of marriages, there were prayers from different faiths and a blessing from different faiths. This is our true parents, Reverend Mrs. Moon's ideal, is to have that. And it's wonderful that these religious leaders came together for that purpose and in a way to bestow the blessings from their traditions as well. So you have Buddhist, Sikh, Druze, Muslim, Native American, Hindu, and Christian there, all participating. The third foundation for peace is to do with our relationship with the natural world, and that means we need to develop responsible dominion through love in caring for our environment, that material prosperity should be there for the mutual benefit of everybody, and that science and technology indeed should benefit human beings and the rest of the natural world. So this is how to develop the heart of true ownership and responsible stewardship, which obviously doesn't need at all any element of greed or exploitation or self-centeredness. So that is why the spiritual foundations that come before are so important. The individual and the family, and then the kind of heart to appreciate our position in the rest of the natural world and preserve it for future generations. So we derive, of course, great joy and from our interaction with the natural world and depend upon it for our life and our future. So nature provides us with beauty to stimulate our senses and materials with which we can express and develop our creativity. And we should value these precious gifts and become responsible owners. Back in the New Testament, to use a quotation from Christianity, you have St. Paul saying, I think very profoundly for his age, right? The creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God. And of course that means daughters of God as well, right? That means he could see that there's a kind of suffering there on the part of the natural world because people are not the mature, spiritually mature individuals that they should be. We've still got a way to go. So, don't we all want to be good?
Yes.
Margaret's a champion for that, right? Absolutely, absolutely. So, to be doing good, the principle is saying 3 things have to line up. Oh, yeah, when I'm teaching young people, this is where their ears perk up, right? That's interesting. First of all, we need a right motivation, a good motivation. Why are you engaging in this? Why are you starting out on this direction? And not only that, you need to have an aim in mind, so you need a good purpose, right? That is where this kind of relationship to that original purpose or mind and heart behind everything is so important to get everything in the proper order. But that's not enough, right? We need what the principle calls a good direction. We need to do things in the right way, ethically, morally. We need to pursue it, and we need to put our efforts, out there in the right direction. And that connects these 3 things. Within that scheme, we have a huge kind of freedom and creativity to do what we like. That's why I tend not to think of the unification teaching or principle as doctrine. It's much more than that. It's talking about universal truths and principles which are there for everybody and which you will see embedded and reflected in religious teachings all around the world. And I hope I brought that out a little bit. And, I am, of course, hugely biased, but my observation is that UPF naturally brings together good people, right? And it's very interesting to me how that happens. So, when we put these 3 foundations together, what do we see? We see this foundation for individual peace, for peace in the family and society, for universal peace. These 3 ideas are not new, of course they're not new. In fact, if you're familiar with the kind of Abrahamic teaching, with the Old Testament, if you're a Jew and the Torah is important to you, if you're a Christian and the Old Testament is part of your kind of Holy Bible, if you're a Muslim and the Quran has echoes of this as well, then you will see this kind of phrase used even near the very beginning, where God gives 3 great blessings to our first human ancestors and says, be fruitful, multiply, and have dominion over the earth. That's a simple expression in a way, isn't it? But what it's doing, do you recognize the kind of, this is being unlocked actually by this kind of understanding. What does it really mean to be fruitful, to multiply, which isn't just a mere kind of multiplication? How do we multiply? What are we multiplying? What is the process of development through love in the family? And then, having dominion, the right kind of stewardship and ownership over the rest of the created world. So it's there, And I say that because, no such truth is new, but the expression of that truth is new, and in its new expression, it can become very helpful when it comes to teaching and passing on. Everything that we want for our happiness is in this scheme. I challenge you to find something that's not, right? It's an expression, really, of our God-given purpose of life. And I think, we don't decide our own purpose. Rather, we are made to operate within these parameters and principles. And it's only when we stray outside of those that that we lose something of our freedom, and we lose something of our dignity and integrity, and we even end up limiting the freedoms of others. But some of this I will go into later. So thank you so much for listening, and that concludes the first session. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, David. That was a wonderful presentation. And you can get a taste for 2 more sessions where you can go into those in more detail. While you're thinking of comments or questions you'd like to raise, both online, I haven't seen any questions online yet, but also here from the audience, I'd like to invite up Keith Best, the chair of our trustees of UPF UK, to say a few words. Thank you.
Well, dear friends, both here and online, it is, as always, an enormous privilege and pleasure to have a few moments with you. I am a committed World Federalist, which means that I believe, and all those in the World Federalist movement believe, that we want to see a better democratic global governance of our human, physical, and environmental resources. That is an object, and because it's federalist, it means looking at subsidiarity, where you have governance at the lowest level possible for that to be effective, and you reserve upwards only those issues which transcend those local barriers and actually need to be resolved at a national or a global level. And never has there been a greater need for that than what we are living through today. Those three, what really inspires me about the Universal Peace Federation is its universality. When you've seen the presentations that we've had, and you realise that UPF has a structure and a message for every aspect of human life, whether it is political, philosophical, professional, religious, cultural, family. There are others as well. But it pervades all those issues. And that's what's so exciting about it, because when you think about it, that is an enormous power to harness for the realization of a better managed and governed world, which is what we seek. And so there is tremendous capacity there, and I think all of us it's incumbent on us to try to make sure that we use that power, that influence, in a highly beneficial way. I want to just look briefly at those 3 values which were pinned up a moment ago. Interdependence, prosperity, shared values. Well, they are under challenge today more than in very many people's lifetimes, and certainly since the days of the Cold War, where we had that uneasy peace based upon that obscenity of mutual assured destruction. In other words, the only reason the peace was maintained was out of terror that the other side might actually use nuclear weapons, and that the response to that would be immediate, and so therefore nobody would survive. It's not really a very firm foundation for peace, is it? We need to have peace based upon much more mutual understanding, mutual respect, the shared values. And yet what we see today is the horrific prospect of how one man, and it is one man, because I don't believe the war in Ukraine is a war between the Ukrainians and the Russian people. It's a war between the Ukrainians and one man who's achieved autocratic rule, surrounded himself by people who will not deny him anything or challenge his views, and has only become now so isolated. And whether there is a health reason behind that or not, I don't know. There's a lot of speculation about that. We've only got to see the way he now grips the table, and that's at the end of a very long one, with disconsolate generals sitting at the other end. But the true horror, and the reason that underpins this whole concept of getting a better managed world, is that one person can now throw the whole world into devastation. Because it's not just the bereavement, the death, and the horror that's happening in Ukraine. It is a fact that Ukraine is the breadbasket not just of Europe, but of a large part of the world. A large part of the wheat that is consumed in Africa and other parts of the world, let alone Europe, comes from Ukraine. The harvest, on top of Nina, the environmental catastrophe as well, means that this year it probably won't yield anything like it has in the past. That in itself is potentially condemning already impoverished people in Africa to starvation and to a humanitarian crisis, the like of which this world has seldom seen for a very long time. It's almost a kind of replication of what Stalin and Mao did in their respective countries, with a great leap forward and the terrible tragedies of the war against the kulaks in the 1930s in what was then Soviet Russia. And all that could happen on top of the energy crisis, where, as we all know, these figures are now becoming embedded in our mind. 40% of Europe's energy needs comes from Russia. We have allowed ourselves to become dependent on one particular country for that source of energy, no doubt very much encouraged by Putin, because of course he saw that as a way of trying to exercise control. But the result of that is far more far-reaching than just the issues I've mentioned. It means that reach towards globalization, where there was far greater freedom of trade and movement of goods, people had long supply lines, they looked for the sourcing of the cheapest and the best materials, so that kept the cost of living down. All that has now been destroyed, as both in terms of provision of energy and supplies and goods, people are now shrinking those supply lines. It's not just the pandemic and the disruption to global cargo trade on shipping and things like this, but this in itself means that people are now sourcing those things far closer to home. That's going to cost more. It's going to cost you and me more. It's going to cost everybody in the world more. It's also meaning that there's a rebirth of narrow nationalism as everybody looks to their own national resources rather than having a wider understanding of global trade. So there are really very big issues at stake here. And we must use that power and influence that I mentioned of the Universal Peace Federation to try to bring back people to that understanding that there is another way. There is a better way. We do not have to rely on narrow nationalism. We do not have to relive the horrors of the last century. We should be able to learn some lessons from history, which of course never fully repeats itself, but very often has chilling reminiscences when you look back at what happened in the lead up to the Second World War. So I'm sorry, it's rather a grim message, but it's one I think that should empower and reinforce us and actually give us great source of strength to know that we have got a message which is of relevance, that can give hope to those who don't want to live in the kind of world that we're seeing develop right now, who can go back to saying, yes, there can be peace between religions. Yes, there can be peace between nations. And you mentioned, Jerusalem. Many of you will have been to Jerusalem. I've had the pleasure and privilege of being there. And you know what struck me as we walked up the Via Dolorosa, behind Christians carrying the cross, the Orthodox Jews were coming down the road in the other direction at the same time as the Muezzin was calling the faithful to prayer. And I thought, isn't this just incredible? Here are three religions, yes, Abrahamic religions, but so a common theme, but three religions which have been at great enmity with one another, and yet somehow being able to live in harmony in a place which has seen a lot of its own violence and conflict. It can be done. It can be achieved. But what it needs is for people to be reminded constantly, daily, that there is another way. That, my friends, I believe is the message that we must promote. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions, any comments? Yun, please. Would you like to just introduce yourself?
Thank you all. My question is for Mr. Best, but also for the wider audience. And I thank him for his strong dose of realism. I felt there were comments earlier which really need to be challenged. My name is Ewan Grant. I'm a former customs and excise law enforcement intelligence analyst covering the ex-Soviet states. I've worked extensively in Ukraine with people who have had to deal with some rather different things from what we heard earlier on. My question is, are organizations like yourselves, particularly faith-based organizations, are you listening to the realities of what is going on around the world, and particularly how many religious institutions are geared to the state and serve the state's interest? I would ask everyone in this room, Mr. Best referred to the energy supplies and, of course, the really crucial thing of food. How many of you have ever read books, supposedly fiction, by a man called Alex Dryden? If you haven't, I strongly urge you to do so. And quite a few, some of you will probably have heard of Tom Clancy. I urge you to read the last one to be written in his lifetime, called Command Authority, which will shake a lot of people up here because it's a textbook from beyond the grave warning people. So it's really a call, based on what Mr. Best said, to wake up and face some very hard realities. I saw this firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ewan. Thank you.
Well, I won't trespass on Reverend David Hanna's issues on the religious aspect, because he's far more qualified than I am to that. But on that side, I think there are two issues. One is there are some religions which do tend to dominate a state and become almost synonymous with the state. And with Sheikh here, I have to say I think there is a problem with Islam, because Islam believes in the word of God, and therefore it's very difficult in some intellects, and I know Sheikh will probably have many answers to this, in some intellects to separate that from the concept of democracy. Because if you have people deciding things, then how does that translate into the will of God as determined and interpreted by imams and those who are knowledgeable in that religious law? So I think that's one issue. The other issue is where you have people like Metropolitan in Russia coming out saying that the war in Ukraine, the limited military intervention in Ukraine, is a religious war and should be supported. And I think it is necessary for other religions to call out those religions that actually go completely counter to what we understand to be the word of God. That to try to indicate that an invasion of a sovereign nation somehow has the will of God behind it. And we saw it in centuries past. I mean, that was the message the Crusaders took. It was the message that the Moors took into Spain. I mean, you know, everybody's had God on their side. In the Second World War, both the Germans and the British were praying to God before the battle. Everybody's got God on their side. But somehow there needs to be real honesty about really what does God mean in terms of peace and understanding. And that certainly doesn't mean levelling your rifle at somebody and then murdering them. So I think that's the first thing. I'm sure I don't know Ukraine nearly as well as you. I was last there in the presidential elections in Dnipro, in the centre of Ukraine, where I was an observer for the OSCE in the presidential elections. And it's a marvellous country. It's a beautiful country. And the people there, of course, have got many, many links with Russia. I mean, there's a great deal of intermarriage that's gone on. I mean, many people, particularly in the Donetsk and Luhansk, Donbass area, speak Russian as their first language anyway. It doesn't mean to say that they're pro-Putin, but they speak Russian. So there's an enormous understanding there. And I think bearing in mind that the Russian soldiers are not allowed to carry mobile phones with them when they go into battle, one of the cleverest things that the Ukrainians have done is whenever they capture a Russian soldier, they give him a mobile phone and tell him to phone home. And he can phone home and tell his people that he's safe, but also will say something about the reality and why they were told that they were coming in to liberate a people who were under a repressive Nazi regime, which in itself is madness when you think the president is of Jewish origin and had his brothers and his parents murdered in the Holocaust. But, you know, this is believed. And the Russian people who have been fed so much disinformation still show an enormous support for Putin. I think that's largely traditional in Russian history, that, you know, they've always actually valued a strong leader. But I maintain the fact that, you know, you have to bear in mind that old adage, the way to deal with your enemies is to make them your friends. And when Putin is gone, because I can't see it happening whilst he's there, but when Putin is gone, we've got to hold out that hand of friendship to the Russians and say, we want to bring you further in. And the West has been at fault as well on this in the past. But we've got to bring you into that family of humanity.
Thank you. Thank you for the question and response.
Can I just take 1 minute? I appreciate what you said. My name is Imam Shahid from Birmingham. But the only area where I would like to stress is where you said that Islam has a problem. I would never agree with that because in every religious communities, cultural communities, we have the good, bad and the ugly. And yes, there have been, just the way what's happening in Russia is been very aggressive, it's an expansionist.
Sorry, you need to give the microphone. Actually, the people online can't hear with it. I'm very sorry.
As it was spoken earlier, it's just one person who surrounded himself with like-minded people, and now they've aggressively moved into Ukraine, and what's happened there is wrecking the country, and it's killing and taking innocent lives of innocent people. But you can't blame the Russian people for doing that. And I would stress that, you know, I've studied Islam all my life, and I'm here today supporting the Universal Peace Federation because I agree with everything that this amazing Reverend spoke earlier on, and it touched my heart, and I firmly believe that that's the basic belief of every religion. However, in every religious community we have the ugly and the bad, and those extremist ideologies, I firmly believe they exist in every community, and they need to be taken away.
Thank you. I think it's true. David, could you give the microphone to Ijola? Just after this, then we're going to break up for lunch. Then we can continue our discussion over lunch.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ariola, and I am a predoctorate student. I have graduated for public health. I just wanted to comment about this beautiful introduction that you made about peace. Researchers have shown that there is an increase of people suffering from mental health, and we can then infer that they are stressed, you know, and they feel no safety. They are no safe. So I think that the best thing that we could offer to these people and to every one of us is peace, so we can progress and see prosperity where it's lost. And more than a question, I have just one demand. Please promote these activities to youth people, because I know every person, especially youth, are very interested to participate and to make their world, this world, better than it is. So to see a brighter future. So thank you very much for your introduction.
Thank you. So we're going to break up for lunch now. Lunch will be downstairs, and there are a lot of seats downstairs as well. And then we'll be back here in 1 hour or 50 minutes now at 1:30. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Oh,
Today, the world is battling with a global pandemic and fears over long-term environmental damage. National lockdowns have seen an increase in isolation and a growing sense of hopelessness. To address this crisis, Dr. Hak Jahan Moon and the Universal Peace Federation initiated an ambitious online program called Rally of Hope, which provides an opportunity for current and former heads of state and government, leading politicians, religious leaders and Nobel laureates to present their vision for a peaceful and sustainable world. As the rallies have grown, so have their audiences, and they now link millions of people across the globe.
Building partnership across a wide range of sectors is imperative if we are to build a better world. I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its broad set of partnerships serve as a good model.
I'm honored to address you at this global rally of hope, sponsored by the Universal Peace Federation, and join you in the great cause of building a more peaceful and prosperous world. During my 4 years as Vice President, at home and abroad, I've seen firsthand that strong families, education, equal treatment under the law, and a recognition of the dignity and worth of every human life is the foundation of true national greatness. With free people, strong nations, and bold leaders, there's no limit to what we can achieve.
These rallies have created a foundation inviting international and interreligious collaboration in the achievement of peace among our nations. We can transcend the barriers we have created through religion, nationality, cultures, class, creed, and other differences that divide us.
35 years ago, the situation that confronted us in South Africa appeared to be hopeless. We were increasingly isolated, without friends or allies in the world. However, we finally made it to our first fully inclusive elections on 27 April 1994, to the inauguration of President Mandela, and to the adoption of a truly inclusive and democratic constitution. But above all, we have learned the importance of never losing hope.
The upliftment of the common good over and above personal interests is a sure way to eliminating conflict and a pathway to attaining peaceful growth and development in Africa and the world.
We must recognize that history shows that the rights and freedoms of ordinary people are critical to creating and sustaining our prosperity and peace over time. If there is any organization capable of convening a truly global network of people to genuinely shared efforts, then it is this one, the Universal Peace Federation.
The issues being taken up in this rally are indeed critical to the challenges of our time and need to be accorded the highest priority. It is important for us to address them so that this collective effort will reinforce attention on these concerns.
Let us promote a culture of peace and harmony around the world. Let us work to heal the broken trust that has fractured societies. Let us encourage facts and truth instead of hatred and bigotry. Let's also instill a sense of hope and future in our youth.
Back in September 2010, it was, for me as the then Prime Minister, and for my compatriots, such an unforgettable experience to host a delegation of the Universal Peace Federation and of the world-class Little Angel Children's Dance Troupe and Choir in Brussels. Your work is important, your work is crucial, your work is the pathway to a better future, a beacon of hope in these darkest times.
We still have a very long way to go before every child in every part of the world has enough to eat. But the Republic of Korea's story gives me hope for the future. WP started working in the country way back in 1964 in the aftermath of the Korean War, and for 20 years we supported the Korean people with food assistance. And during this period, the country, the people, rebuilt itself from the ground up. In just one generation, the Republic of Korea went from aid recipient to aid donor.
It was important to us that we were making a vaccine for the world and that it should be made widely available with no profit during the pandemic or at any time for vaccine used in low and middle income countries. AstraZeneca shared our vision. This vaccine was made for all of us to protect each other and ourselves.
When I had the honor to receive on behalf of the European Union the Nobel Peace Prize in 2012 in Oslo, I had the occasion to underline the very close link between peace and also the values we have in a society. In a society at all levels, starting with the family. That is our most basic community.
There is one word that has great meaning to us all, and that is the word family. Family is the root of everything we are. Family is what binds us together, and family is the cornerstone of world peace.
많은 종교들이 있습니다. 절대자,
And all these
창조주를
faiths have one purpose.
모시는 인류
Hence, I
한가족,
sincerely hope
통일된
that you will let all people know about our Creator
아래 인류 한가족의
and work to
세계를
realize a world of peace
만들어 나가는
wherein all people live in unity as one family of humankind, one great family under our Heavenly Parent. Please raise your voices and work together for this. I give you my blessings.
What Mother Moon has done in carrying on the work of her husband, in building a worldwide movement committed to the concept that we can find ways to talk with each other, we can find ways to work together, is a key to a successful future. And so I think you taking your time to be involved in this meeting is really important.
More rallies of hope are planned in the coming months, featuring significant world leaders and luminaries. As viewer numbers continue to increase, this forum offers a great chance to inspire and connect people through its twin messages of hope and peace.
Vital your presence and participation is for the reunification of North and South Korea.
This inspiration is highly needed.
It's important to take in consideration all aspects, including, we just heard it, the North Korean fears, and that nobody loses face. I don't believe one should be a winner and the other one should have lost the game. It's a question of finding a solution that both can be the winners.
And during this time of the pandemic, we need health for peace and peace for health. The two laureates, Professor Dame Sarah Catherine Gilbert and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, are the heroes who devoted themselves to health for peace and peace for health with their commitment to humanity.
I'm a scientist, and for some years my research has been on the development of vaccines against viruses that are known to cause outbreaks. We can achieve so much when we work together, each bringing our different strengths. The work we did to produce the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine was exhausting and overwhelming at times, but ultimately vital and rewarding. I hope that many young people will be inspired in their career choice by knowing about what we achieved.
ខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍រំភើបរីករាយយ៉ាងក្រៃលែងដែលត្រូវតាមជ្រើសតាំងជាម្ចាស់ជ័យលាភីពានរង្វាន់សុនហាប់
Work together with wisdom, sincerity, and resolve. I do believe we can illuminate the path to peace both on the Korean Peninsula and beyond.
Please join me in working, striving, and praying for a Korea that is safe, prosperous, flourishing, united, and finally at peace.
Let Korea's example teach the world that peace can thrive if humanity can collaborate, communicate, and develop together. Kamsahamnida.
In the Korean Peninsula, a fragile truce remains in place since the 50s. Unfortunately, all these efforts produce very little outcome. This makes the 2022 UPF World Summit all that more important and timely.
A breakthrough of peace on the Korean Peninsula would reflect globally. If peace will be the cornerstone of every nation and every generation, then the 38th parallel can become a symbol of peace rather than division. I wish that peace prevails in the Korean Peninsula and the entire world. Thank you.
Are doing a great job making any effort to unify Korea, but respecting human rights, having the sense of history that drives you to this effort for unification. This is a win-win process that say nobody will be damaged by the Korea unification.
In this context, the Korean Peninsula could be the ground of an exemplary pathway to peace. In order to have a fruitful dialogue, the strategy should be based on political, cultural, and social interactions responding to the aspirations of both people and regimes.
I am sure that the Universal Peace Federation Summit will contribute to this important process of searching for constructive solutions to a conflict that has been going on for too long.
The people of Kosovo and of South Korea share a similar past of suffering under occupation and of struggle for freedom. Freedom means and seeks peace. And to attain lasting peace, all of us must do our part wherever we are.
이 민족이 세계 모든 나라들이 하늘을 부모로 모시는 자리에서만이 진정한 세계 평화, 자유, 평등, 평화, 통일의 행복한 하늘 부모님을 중심한 인류 한 가족의 세계가 이루어질 수 있습니다.
Good afternoon. How was lunch? For people on Zoom, you just have to imagine. Next time, I hope you can make it. I hope everyone's had a good break over lunch. We're now going to start with our first session after lunch, and Reverend Dr. David Hanner is going to continue. The videos you've just seen are videos. One was the summary of the World Summit in February of this year, which was very complicated because of COVID, etc. But actually we had 85 former heads of state and a number of current heads of state participate in Seoul in Korea, despite severely strict COVID restrictions at the time. So it was quite an amazing program, and it really brought much of our outreach to a new level. So with that, I would like to hand over to Reverend Dr. David Hanner. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome back. Wow, I feel I know all of you now, which is a wonderful feeling. So thank you for your feedback and your comments. I appreciate that for some it's hard to go into the kind of depth or touch every facet in this kind of time frame. And to those who are very complimentary, I do stress I'm just the messenger here and a very imperfect one at that. So I want to point you to the kind of original teaching and ideas and speeches, etc., so that you can pursue that yourself. This second session is called The Root Causes of Conflict. I'm very well aware that the first session is dealing with a kind of ideal view, but our experience is this is really necessary. We need to have a strong ideal, especially when you're teaching young people. It's often what they don't have, and it's very easy to become critical of the world and talk about the problems. But what are we aiming for? That's very much related to our purpose in life, isn't it? So if we don't understand that, then we don't know quite which direction we should be going or putting our efforts in. So if we think about this principle of living for the sake of others, there are two kind of interwoven or interdependent purposes, really, in life. One is an individual purpose, a purpose for the individual. I need to maintain and pursue my own life and my place in the world, but also there's a whole purpose, which is extending to our community, society, nation, and world. And we're part of that. As we said, we're all interdependent beings. And living for the sake of others comes from this idea of the pair system, which we see universally. I also, myself, I exist to benefit the whole. And in living that way, that's kind of embodying or practicing some aspect of that higher purpose. So the individual lives for the whole. The natural response then is the whole lives for and supports the individual in a kind of response to that. So this is a very healthy relationship, isn't it? If we're part of a bigger whole and we're living for that greater purpose, and also sometimes we call it the greater good, right? So, and that's really supporting in turn and recognizing and will not abandon us in that kind of pursuit. And that's what people who do go out on that limb of serving and working for others, even though it's difficult and sometimes there are disappointments and hardships, and even you meet people who will be out to exploit you, nevertheless, you can find your place and your happiness there. The world, of course, is tragically different from the ideal which we are encouraging and presenting. It's a world of conflict in many ways. We're very well aware of that. A lot of the UPF programs, address these specific issues, and a little bit different to the purpose of today's meeting. But there's obviously a cause of conflicts, and this comes back, we would say, to the problem of self-centeredness, this problem of ego, as one respected elder sister here was telling me. This is absolutely right. If we're self-centered already, I think the energy that goes into thinking of yourself and worrying about yourself is taking you away from that higher purpose. And it means we have less regard for that. We tend then to get into thinking that others exist for my own benefit, and it diminishes or ignores the value of the whole. So people can end up living this way in the kind of current state of the world, almost expecting the whole to support me and to do everything as I would wish. Ideologies indeed have justified and encouraged conflict. Here's Father Moon in the 1970s talking about what he terms here the logic of communism. According to the logic of communism, there will be constant struggles as long as there are classes of people. The whole theory is based on class struggle. In our ideology, though, there are no class differences. This is unificationism. But only family relationships. Here there is no discrimination. There are no people above or below, but only the relationship between parents and children providing order in the family. According to communist ideology, mine is mine and yours is mine. On our part, we must think, mine is yours, and yours is the nation's, and the nation's is the world's, and the world's is God's, and God is mine. Right? That's the whole supporting the individual, right? The God who created us. So the spirit of unification must be greater than the power of communism or these kind of godless or atheistic ideologies. In practice, in hope, and in ideals. So this is one of the purposes behind the kind of teaching of UPF. We have a conflicted self. This is the kind of recognition in religious teaching in particular. We have a conflicted self. And here in Sikhism, whoever proclaims himself good, no, goodness approaches him not. right? Which is a nice truism, isn't it? Right? If you are, as soon as you think you are all right, you are probably not all right. The mind is twofold, the pure and also the impure. This is from Hinduism. In Native American religion, every person has both a bad heart and a good heart. Always simply expressed, but very true. And in Christianity, New Testament, this is St. Paul talking, a saintly person. We say St. Paul, right? But he's saying, I do not do the good that I want, but the evil I do not want is what I do. Now, myself, I don't think he was such an evil man, right? Far from it. But he was on this path to kind of go inside himself, and he recognized there's something blocking me. What I know I should do, I find a limitation. I find this kind of self-centeredness there, and I don't like it, right? He wants to get rid of that. So it's beautifully expressed if you read Romans chapter 7. But I mention it because it's a universal kind of recognition. People who are not aware of that are living in a certain kind of ignorance, and they might find a certain kind of happiness. But as soon as we really try to get to the root of these problems that we see, especially in myself, we need more explanation there. So the reality of human nature, we say, is that there is, in the majority of people, there's a selfish nature which is quite well developed, actually, right? But in every person, there's an original nature. It might be undeveloped, or in some, more elevated or enlightened souls, it's very well developed. And we can notice that, and the world starts to take notice of that, actually. So, but in every individual, there's that original nature. No matter how bad that person may appear to you, there's somewhere you can touch that person, because you can speak to their original mind or their original heart. That's the person that their mother loved, or who loved their mother. This essence of a person, no matter what they're engaged in. We tend to kind of dismiss people too much, don't we, as a good person or a bad person, right? But every person has this, and it needs to develop. So these conflicts, in a lot of the theory which you'll hear, we talk about the struggle between mind and body. But really, it's a struggle in the mind. There's a certain mind which takes care of individual needs and bodily needs and these kind of things. And that tends to dominate. This has been an understanding in world's religions for millennia, right? So again, this is not a new point. But when we look at this conflict in the mind, I'm sorry if this must be somebody, but I don't know who it is. But anyway, you can think it's me, right? Because this is me, right? There's some kind of selfish thoughts or some kind of words and actions that mean that the body or that side of myself is dominating and pulling towards doing things which are not so good. Perhaps they're harmful to other people or harmful to myself. This we call evil. But also there's some aspect of myself which is pulling towards the good, more unselfish thoughts, words, and actions. So this is the original mind which is leading me that way. And of course, as we are stimulated through a life of prayer or reading Holy Scripture, or really immersing ourselves in the lives of people who maybe have been pursuing that way of goodness, we can strengthen ourselves that way. The same way, as a person gets involved with not such good things, what they're watching, what they're reading, what they're listening to, what they're conversing with their friends, it can draw a person down and pull them in a negative direction as well. So these are conflicts in the mind, and it's it's such a universal situation that we call it the human condition sometimes, right? This is human beings. Some people put it down to, well, that's just human nature, but we would say no, it's not. It's not original human nature. It's something which has sprung up and has become kind of almost, we have great powers to tolerate these things and kind of live as though that is how it's meant to be, but it's not meant to be like that, right? Do you feel that? So there's a battle in the mind of each person which manifests as conflict in the family, because we're interacting, we're interdependent beings and we're interacting with others, so it's going to come out somewhere. The conflict in myself gets into kind of struggles with other people, and sadly, often those that I love the most, they're going to bear the brunt of that, and we see conflict in society and in the world. So we want to investigate kind of what is the root cause of this conflict. And, we talked earlier about this kind of higher purpose, this connection to God, or the origin. It's where this kind of cloud comes in. I've pictured it that way, right? This cloud between that higher purpose and that origin of my purpose and my conscience and myself. My conscience is trying to lead me there, but sometimes there's a cloud of separation, if you like. So separation from that higher purpose leads to individual level conflict, this struggle inside my own mind and heart. And we end up actually aware of this, so sometimes not loving ourselves very much. I don't know if anybody feels that, but I know I've been through those patches in my life where I really didn't like myself. Right? And it's sad that a person comes to that point, isn't it? Because, if God loves us, we should be able to appreciate, what it is that God loves in us. So this leads to, as we said, the mind-body conflict. Mind is dealing with the more spiritual things. It's more allied naturally to this whole purpose, and therefore the concern for others, which are the bigger part of the whole, the myself. And the body is more concerned with myself. Some of that is necessary. I have to eat and sleep, and I have to, pursue my own goals and this kind of things and maintain myself. But it shouldn't dominate the others. It's a matter of, which is the priority in my life, and what is the relationship between those two? Are they harmoniously working together, this mind and body, centered on a common purpose? If they are, there's going to be good progress. If they're not, if there's some difference of purpose there, even inside myself, it's like being pulled both ways. It's ultimately very damaging, and nothing of great value can come from that. So the root cause of conflict then is this individual level conflict, but that leads to kind of another cloud, if you like, which is a cloud of separation between my true self and others in my family. We see, as a result, family-level conflicts, conflicts between husband and wife. So in that ideal of the family we talked about earlier, if a man, has not kind of really worked on getting rid of his own self-centeredness, and he's spiritually immature, he brings that self into the marriage, right? And maybe, things are rosy to begin with, because love is like that, right? But after a while, as his unresolved personal problems, start to become evident, it's very difficult, and it's difficult to live with such a person. So, this is why there's a certain order in terms of the development. I have to make this individual progress before I can think about, that more profound and more challenging in some ways, a relationship with someone else in a marriage partnership. And then, as a result of my individual level conflict, I can find conflict between myself and my brother. There are many stories in the world's religions and cultures. They're not all necessarily religious, but they're there. I always think probably to answer those questions that come to parents from very innocent children, right? Why is that man doing that to our family? Or, why is there so much fighting going on? Innocent children give you those questions as a parent. And I remember the first time I got it from my first daughter. It was just so painful to hear. I had to explain, that things are not, as nice as you would like them to be, I felt very kind of shameful at that time, but you have to do it. You have to prepare your children for that as well. So there are many myths which contain actually very deep insights. That's the nature of myth, isn't it? You could almost call it kind of revelation. And it's intuition about the human condition, and often they're there, expressing it in a metaphorical way or story form. but these are surprisingly universal. Let me share some quotations from the world's religions which talk about the impact of sexual immorality. And we're going to kind of pinpoint this as really very key to the origin of the problems that we face. Here, this is, of course, from Jainism. It says, "It is better to die than to indulge in partaking of forbidden lustful pleasure." That's quite strong, isn't it? Right? That really is quite strong. And here, from Buddhism, "The man who goes to the wife of another digs up the very roots of life." Wow. These are very kind of, these are different sources. You could almost say independent. I don't think they're relying on the other. They've grown up in different cultures and different languages and different people. So they've received through their religious traditions or founders or leaders, these kind of insights. Here in the Holy Quran, we have, "Do not come near adultery, for it is shameful, a shameful deed, an evil, opening the road to other evils." Again, apologize for the translation if it's not the best, but you might recognize that, I'm sure. Then we have in Christianity, you have again St. Paul saying, "Flee from sexual immorality. He who sins sexually sins against his own body." It's defiling that temple that he talks about. In Judaism, you have a story here, not in the Torah, but in the Talmud, the commentary on the text from one of the rabbis saying, "What was the wicked serpent contemplating at that time?" It's referring to that Adam and Eve story that's in the book of Genesis. "He thought, I shall go and kill Adam and wed his wife, and I shall be king over the whole world." It's an explanation, isn't it? Or an attempt at an explanation. But it's interesting that these attempts have a lot of kind of commonality there. And, that causes us to really question. Here from the Mahabharata, "Formerly, all creatures were virtuous, and by themselves they obtained divinity. Then women, who had been virtuous became wicked witches." I'm just quoting here, right? "And Brahma filled them with wanton desires, which they in turn inspired in men. He created anger, and henceforth all creatures were born in the power of desire and anger." Right? Attempt to explain, isn't it? Right? I have another one from the Holy Quran. "O children of Adam, let not Satan seduce you in the same manner as he got your parents out of the garden, stripping them of their clothing in order to expose their private parts." Some very interesting quotes here. Don't you agree? Yes. Where do I get these from? Well, I'm helped because part of Father Moon's work was to have a whole group of scholars put together a remarkable book called World Scripture, which topic by topic brings this kind of wisdom from the world's traditions together, along with his own words and insights as well. So I commend that to you. It's called World Scripture 2. It makes my job here a little bit easier than chasing them all myself, but the secret's out there. And here in Sikhism, sexual desire is the window. Pain and pleasure are the gatekeepers. Virtue and sin are the gates. Yes, well, metaphorical language, but you can work it out, can't you? Right? So if we look at the Genesis story, just to take that as an example, because it's one that Father Moon draws upon very much through his insights and revelations and the things that he received, could discern certain things embedded in this story, and if you like, revealed to him, which are very important. This is a kind of symbolic picture of that story. Is everybody familiar? Anybody not familiar with that story? As it's kind of expressed, Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and there are two trees. You know this, yeah? Yes, absolutely. So I think, mostly, but I don't want to assume that everybody knows what I'm talking about. But, you've heard of this. It's in our culture, actually, whether you're religious or not. People might dismiss it just as myth or story or irrelevant, but it talks about this tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It talks about the tree of life, which somehow has a block put on it when Adam and Eve make some mistake. our first ancestors. So it's talking about something at the very origin of human life. And it has a character who's a serpent who seduces or tells lies to the woman in particular, to say when she eats of the forbidden fruit, and she's been told, by God, on the day that you eat of this fruit, you shall die. So don't eat of this fruit. Don't even touch it, it says. Wow, right? It's quite a strong prohibition. But the serpent comes along and tells her, no, don't listen to that, If you eat of this fruit, your eyes will be open. You will be like God. It tells this kind of lie, which is very much a falsehood, actually. How do we come to be like God or in God's image? It's through the fulfillment of those 3 blessings that we looked at the end of the first lecture. These 3 foundations for peace. That is how we kind of grow to become more in God's image, right, as his sons and daughters. So here, there's this prohibition on the day that you eat of it, you shall die. And it's recorded there. The part I'm taking here is from Genesis 2:15 and onwards, right? But the woman took some of it and ate it, and she gave also some to the man, and he ate it. What was the result? They made coverings for themselves. They covered their lower parts because they felt ashamed of their nakedness. This kind of implies, doesn't it, that it's something to do with that area of the body that's causing the mistake. That seems logical to me, right? If it was literally something being eaten and you were caught eating something that you shouldn't eat, you would probably cover your mouth, right? But this is not in the story. So my own personal view is this is very euphemistic language. It's a kind of, yes, we'll talk in code because we're in front of the children, right? It's talking about something very clear. And this is Father Moon's insight or kind of addition. It's not saying that we've interpreted this and these other stories wrongly up until now, but let's go deeper, even deeper than we've gone before, to kind of uncover this root. And he's saying when it's talking about a fruit, this is a metaphorical fruit, right? A symbolic fruit. It represents something else. Yes, the fall is something to do with disobedience, but this fruit is, or this prohibition can't be just a test of obedience, because that would mean that if the consequence was death, then God is a very cruel God, right? To test first human ancestors that way. No, it means that this fruit is actually more desirable than life itself, right? Because if somebody tells you don't eat this or you'll die, but you go and eat it anyway, it means it must be something very tempting. You can be, led down the wrong path by that. So what is the insight that he gives? That is that it's love itself that's being talked about. It's the holy husband-wife relationship. It's that aspect in particular of sexual love between husband and wife that should be reserved exclusively for that relationship. So that rings true with many of these traditions that we shared and in those quotations, right, that I had earlier. So love itself is this fruit that's being referred to, and the whole kind of system of metaphors that's used, it chimes in with other language of the time. They talk about, eating the fruit, or actually in the language of the day, to know good and evil. Remember, this tree was the knowledge of good and evil. To know good and evil in the language of the day for that particular audience meant to have promiscuous relationships. That's interesting, isn't it, right? So it's identifying it this way. In a way, I'm giving you the kind of conclusion first, right? Because, we could go quite a long, slow way through kind of reaching that. But I'm trusting you with this because I'm not asking you to believe what I'm saying as much as kind of, really think about it and see how this fits in with your experience, with your knowledge, with your religious teaching or whatever. And kind of, so to know, again, biblical language, to know is to have sexual relationships. And here's an example in 1 Kings. The young woman was very lovely, and she cared for the king and served him. but the king did not know her. Right. We know what it's talking about. Eh? So it was hands off as far as he was concerned, which is probably the better thing. So here, in this kind of diagram, this is a very typical diagram you might see or explanation from the Family Federation's teaching, from the divine principle, as we call it. Adam and Eve were growing towards a perfection, but never went through this kind of final stage of spiritual development. To pass safely through this, to reach their spiritual perfection, were given this prohibition: do not eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, until such time as you are given permission to do so, right? Which marks this kind of transition. You think back to the first lecture, from that growing under that first blessing or foundation of peace with your mind and body and becoming spiritually mature. You're taking that maturity into your marriage rather than your immaturity, right? So it's saying, really, there should be a time when we wait, we put that aspect of love aside for the exclusive and special relationship that you're going to enjoy with God's blessing when you are married, right? And that could be, in whatever tradition you are. So the result is our first ancestors fell to a kind of spiritual realm of their own creation, a very low spiritual realm. Are you with me? So it's a way to look at it, isn't it? Here is Father Moon speaking on this subject. He said, what is the reality of our world today? Disorder and sickness of every kind, including war, violence, and drug abuse, they've infected humankind. More important, the rapid collapse of sexual morality among the young, the increasing divorce rate, the breakdown of the family, are all destroying the foundation of human society. All these things originate from the fall, or he gleaned from these kind of fall stories. This is because Adam and Eve defiled the ideal of true love during their period of growth, their growing period. Eve's eating of the fruit symbolized Eve's engaging in love outside of the realm of God's principles where they are operating, right? He wasn't obeying this kind of more universal law. Adam and Eve's lack of faith in God and their ultimate submission to Satan, whereby they became a false couple and false parents, was the beginning of human history. Humankind's inheritance from Adam's family includes criminality, lying, illicit love, and violence. And during this time, which often religious people refer to as the last days, we can see that the fruit of the seed planted at the very beginning of human history by our first ancestors has filled the world. So how sad God's heart must be. So he was very explicit, and he was very clear as a religious teacher. I was in some meetings where Father Moon was there speaking, and there would be people, world-level dignitaries in the front row, much as we have today, right? They were here, right? And he would say to somebody with no shame, pointing to some man, choose the empty chair for this, right? You have to control your sexual organ, right? Wow. It's like nobody says that kind of thing to that kind of person. We were thinking, oh no, what? But why? Because he could see it in this person, You may be the president of a nation, but what's going on in your private life, he could see it exactly. So, am I shocking you? Anyway, because of your receptiveness, I can say these things, right? Just down to you. So, here we're talking about kind of false love versus true love, right? These little quotations actually come from a teacher called Greg Bear. I find it summarizes very much what Father Moon talks of at length, and it's very interesting to see it. There are many places where this is cropping up now. I'm coming across them all over the place, where people are really reevaluating, the need for genuine love in our relationships. He says here, true, genuine love is unconditionally caring about the happiness of another person. That's a very good definition, isn't it? And he says then, conditional or false or imitation love is I care how you make me feel. So there's always some kind of little self-centered element there, right, that we're looking for. But these two loves can be very confused, or there's no distinction in many people's minds, right? Love is how you make me feel, right? And I want more of that feeling. And if I don't get that feeling, maybe I go to somebody else. This kind of, false logic, actually, or it's leading them down a false path that's going to hurt somebody along the way. So this is why it's so important to come back to the nature of love itself and sort out this problem at its root, because it's been, if you like, corrupted down through the centuries and almost accepted as the norm, right? So we live in a society that idolizes kind of romantic love and romantic relationships, and but if we put too much emphasis on that and that experience of love, especially the kind of first time we have it, that's what a person just wants to live on. They want that all the time, right? So they're going to pursue that, and it's going to be ultimately, not helpful to them. And along the way, they may hurt many hearts, actually. So one of the biggest sins we can think of is trampling on somebody else's heart. It's a very precious thing. And when someone is damaged in this area of love, especially through abuse, or we get this in families, it's something which is very difficult to recover from. You might not be able to recover from in your lifetime, right? This Greg Bear also mentions we use getting behaviors. Why? To fulfill the kind of emptiness that we feel in our fallen world situation. These getting behaviors are lying, attacking others, acting like a victim a lot of the time, and clinging on to people. That's where people become very jealous, or they don't allow their wife to go outside or have, relationships, friendships with other people, or have a kind of, they don't trust them because there's some problem inside of themselves. And we use protecting behaviors to eliminate our fear, because this is a product of that conflict that started in our first human ancestors. It's a feeling of fear. So we use lying to get out of that, Often when people lie, it's because they're afraid, right? They're afraid of somebody, or they're afraid of the consequences of this or that. And, so it's not simple enough to say lying is wrong. We have to think what is in a person's life that's leading them to go that way. And they'll also use attacking. Notice these are the same behaviors, aren't they? And acting like a victim, but rather than clinging, it's running. People running away and thinking, if I escape, I'll be free of this. Or if I run from this person or this situation, or ultimately, of course, that means ending one's own life, which is a tragic thing to come to for any person. It should never happen. So, oh gosh, I've got more quotations. Is that all right for you? Yes. This is Father Moon again speaking on this subject. True love, and I did a big, there's so much to choose from. I don't think anybody spoke more about this subject than Father Moon, actually, right? In his lifetime. And I think one reason is people feel reluctant, even if they could, they feel reluctant to speak about it because it sounds hollow unless it comes from a person who has really lived this way and who embodies these words. So, the good aspect of these words. So, true love, he says, comes through both horizontal and vertical relationships. This kind of, above and below, and also horizontally, like brothers and sisters. A horizontal relationship of true love is gradually elevated in a vertical direction until it eventually reaches the pinnacle. The point is the position of the king and queen of true love. This is what we have to become. In this position, everything is synthesized, everything is embraced, everything is crystallized into love, and everything blooms. This is why all beings in the universe want to be transformed in love and live in the midst of love. We are born for the sake of love, live for the sake of love, and finally die for the sake of love. And you know as well as I, if you're with someone who is, very close to their death, in their deathbed, what matters to them at those times, right? What matters? It's those precious love relationships which they had in their life, or the things that they could not reconcile, the brother they never talked to, or, it's those things which weigh heavy on them or give them the greatest joy, It's just to be with their children or hear stories about their grandchildren, or, this is, in the end, it all turns out to be love, right? It sounds corny, maybe, but this is absolutely important to understand it in the context of true, genuine love, this kind of love which is unconditional. And he goes on to say, not only people, but all beings desire true love. Wow. This is why human beings, as the highest beings in creation, should embrace and love the masterpieces of God's creation and teach creation how to love. All creation is longing to receive and experience God's love through men and women who have become one with God at the pinnacle of true love. It is a shame that we've not realized this degree of love. So, we talked about 3 foundations earlier, right? So this is kind of, you've got a strong imprint in your mind, right? You'll be dreaming about this tonight, I tell you, right? These will be coming at you. These kind of bubble diagrams will be, they won't leave you alone, I tell you that. And you have peace in family and society, and you have a universal peace. This is the ideal, but the reality is a kind of perversion of this. So we can say, evil is misdirected goodness, essentially. It's where mind and body are in conflict, and that conflicted mind and body come into a marriage relationship that results in these other difficulties and failed relationships that we are talking about earlier, and results in a kind of disharmony with the rest of creation, where we become self-serving and exploitative, and there's no harmony or balance with the rest of our environment. Father Moon's very profound insight in being led through these stories, through his spiritual experiences and his prayer, and that all happened since his encounter with Jesus and other people in the spiritual realm when he was 15 years and then largely for the next 77 years. He discerned that the essence of what we've inherited from whatever was the original problem, right? But it was definitely kind of back in that first human family, is expressed this way. That is, we don't love from God's standpoint. We don't love others as God loves them. So we have to relearn that, and this is the reason behind prayer. Also, we have a tendency to leave our proper position, our own area of responsibility, and seek something that doesn't belong to us. In doing so, we reverse an order of dominion or kind of rightful order which should be there. So we upset the kind of designated order, and we start to multiply evil rather than goodness. So these can be expressed in different ways. But I like to think of it, just as a kind of example. It's a bit like falling downstairs, right? So these are not separate problems. It means that if I have some self-centered viewpoint, and I may be having one right now, but can you tell? You can't tell, right? It'll only affect me, actually, right? But hopefully not. But that is the starting point. This self-centered viewpoint. It starts in the mind, right? But then what happens? If I neglect my own responsibility, I'm thinking much too much about myself. I maybe believe myself to be better than others. Have you ever met a person like that? Have you ever seen it in yourself, right? We all know people who are like in a meeting, they always have the best opinion, right? It's amazing, isn't it? They always have the right opinion, but and they can't take anybody else's opinion as being better than theirs. So it's a tendency, but of course, if we're good people, we're going to say, well, where is this in me, first of all? If I have that, then it starts to get turned into action. It affects how I relate to other people, doesn't it? And then maybe I start to put others down. Why? Because I can win favor for myself, and I can maybe increase my own chances of getting promotion at work or being kind of respected by others, which is what I crave, this kind of thing. And so, there are ways, strategies to implement this, and then I find the consequences, of course, it starts to hurt other people. It causes harm to others. So now what started just in my mind is actually influencing the lives of others. And then I might try, if I go further down this kind of downward fall down the stairs, I might try to get other people to back me up, right? And will corrupt those people in the process. So if I'm after this promotion at work, I may take some kind of person who I can easily intimidate and share them some little bit of distorted truth about the boss or about the other person who's applying for the job, and spread this rumor around, don't, whatever you do, tell anybody, right? And of course what they do is they go and tell somebody, right? So people work with these kind of strategies. So where does this come from, right? And then that person maybe feels justified, they're getting others to do their dirty work, and actually, written large, this is how dictators operate, right? But we're not concerned, well, we are, in the proper context, we're concerned about that, and we've referred to that earlier. But also, we need to think about myself, where am I on this? And this is why we have to really look inside ourselves. Okay, so that was looking a little bit at what we call our fallen nature. It leads us really to examine ourselves, and I've kind of laid it at the table a little bit boldly, I suppose, that this kind of misuse of love, especially the precious kind of holy love between man and woman, is at the root of so much of our problems and our difficulties. You can come to that conclusion by looking at the state of society, and you see where people who have grown up without love in their family are presented with a certain set of difficulties. We can't blame them, but they've not been in receipt of true love. Therefore, they don't know how to love with a true, unconditional heart of love. They never learnt it, actually. So it gets multiplied. But we have to find ways to absolutely break out of that and analyze the problem more, and that's the subject of many of our other areas of work, especially in the sister organization of the Family Federation for World Peace, which deals more with that first foundation of peace and that personal area moving into the marriage relationship area. And that's where you see these kind of blessings of marriage, which go along with a lot of kind of deep teaching of the kind of things I've just started to share with you about how to, really control ourselves in the area of responsibility and love, if you like, right? And how to make our marriages happy as a result and see good fruit develop. So that's all I wanted to share with you on this particular point about kind of origins of conflict. I'll say a little bit more when we look at some points about resolution in the next session. So I'll hand you back to Mr. Robin Marsh, who I think has news of a little comfort break. Is that right?
Are you going to ask questions?
And after the... Sorry, I've taken a little time out of your questions. Oops. But please do.
So, does anyone have any questions or comments they want to make?
How about online? Hello, people.
Raymond, would you like to show the panel or the gallery view? We've had about 30 people online watching as well. Do you have a wider gallery view?
That's everyone that has the camera.
I see. Okay. Charlotte Simon. Okay, Caroline.
Thank you. I just have a comment to make, Caroline Heward. It makes sense why the world is in the state that it's in. It really does. You know, when you go through the teaching that Dr. David Hanna has given, it really makes sense why the world is in the state that it's in, because we've kind of lost our way. And it's so profound. You know, it really touches me because it's so simple, and yet it is where it is. I just really wanted to share that.
Can I ask Charlotte, would you like to say anything? Hasn't been there. Charlotte hasn't been here for a while, so we're happy to see her.
Yes, I mean, it's very profound what you just told us. The thing is, I'm so sad, really sad, when I see the way our new generation is going on now. Our children, what they're learning now. You know, what we're hearing here, can't we take it out there? You know, confront others, teach them the way to bring up our children in this world. When I look at our children, I say, what world they're going to live in? What they're going to learn? Because they're breaking us up, they're breaking the family up, and we're standing here just, you know, doing nothing. The family doesn't mean anything anymore. It used to be so precious. I mean, I grew up in love in my village, and I had 100 mothers, 100 fathers. But now, you can't even tell a child is wrong anymore. When you say to a child, that is not right what you're doing, you have no right to say that. I'm going to call the police. And I say, wow, what world do we live in? And our leaders encouraging it. One thing I want to stress is, please, let's stand up and go back to where, you know, we started. Have some, you know, I don't know, love.
Yeah.
Because our children are not loved anymore. We're treating them like a, I don't know.
That's why we need this.
Money.
San Gupta next.
Thank you. I've worked with a lot of adolescents. My name is Sangeeta Sahi. I'm a medical doctor as well as I practice conflict resolution trauma. And I've worked with a lot of adolescents, younger people, older people. And I think the missing piece of the puzzle, this is all wonderful theoretically, but when it comes to application in everyday life, we need to communicate and understand. Because as much as what you've said is not wrong, but there's another point of view. There's always multiple points of view. And I think that's the whole thing, the origin of conflict resolution is to be able to at least hear and understand the other points of view, and then come to a much more holistic, as Mr. Hanna said, holism, a much more holistic perspective, which allows people's individual needs and requirements for evolution and growth and development to be addressed, as well as other people's needs and requirements for safety, security, and family, and all of that. So it's not a simple, solution. It's very complex and really needs deep levels of the heart to be engaged.
Yeah, we need healing first.
Really, exactly. But thank you, this is lovely.
Yeah, I would like to invite people who have felt a special love in their life. Anybody? Here we go. Aurangzeb. stand up.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. And secondly, I want to congratulate to Mr. Robin, lovely, great Margaret, and all the members of UPF. We are here talking about a peace, but everyone have their different kind of experiences for their life. Many of the people, they have their own thinking according to their religions, their lives, the family system. I have experienced, even people talk about love marriages, arranged marriages. My marriage is love marriage and arranged marriage as well. I'm very successful, living life, very happy, married life, have got one daughter, nearly 11 years, 3 sons. The thing is, we also met in very special way, so brought us very happy life. Now today, I'm also part of UPF as well. The thing is, we mostly things learn from our family. Secondly, from our religions as well. And how we brought up our children and how the children are brought up, what they are watching their parents, how they look after each other, how they care each other. People follow many things. Money, physical attraction, but many people also say love, this and that. But main thing is what I found in my happy married life, which is only thing is respect. If husband and wife do not respect each other, respect each other's emotions, they cannot be love each other. To be honest, they cannot claim that they are very happy, and they cannot claim that they can raise their children very successful, because respect is the most important things in our life, in our relations, wherever we go. So that's only I wanted to say. So respect each other and trust each other. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've got Christina. Oh, please.
Oh, should I? No.
It's too much faster.
Thank you. Do you want me to stand up? Okay. Well, I would like to thank everyone, for being here and for sharing your stories.
Can you take it closer to your mouth?
Yeah. So I would like to thank everyone for being here and for sharing your stories, your background, your energy. I would like to say that almost 8 years ago, I moved to London, and it was a very nourishing experience for me after losing my dad in Italy. And I want to say that since I moved to London, I experienced a lot of peace. And every time I'm in London, I feel at peace with the world. Today I'm here and I understand that there are many reasons why we experience conflict. There are wars all around the world, but all I feel today is peace, because we are all here in this room. We all have different, ethnic background, different cultures, and it's just so beautiful to be here in the same room, at peace, just, in harmony with each other. And I'm very happy and grateful for being here. Thank you.
That's the first time. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to just take a just under 10-minute break. So at 1:45 we'll gather again. If you just want to stretch your legs or. Thank you.
Well, next break is a longer break, isn't it? But we can.
The next one is slightly longer, is it? Would you rather do it then? I mean, I'm fine. I don't want to.
Yes, and then I'll be through all this,
Yeah,
which is kind of
okay.
set up. That's probably better, David. Yeah. I go to 3:25, and then we have 50 minutes quick Q&A, and then 3:40 to 4 is a break, and you finish it off the last hour.
Hello, everyone. Actually, I'm sorry. I should have said there's tea and coffee and snacks just outside in the hall.
Just on the landing. You don't have to go down.
Feel free to bring it back in with you. Hello, everyone. Could you take your seats, please? If you could come in and take your seats, please. You can bring your drinks. Come in and... Margaret, wonder, do you mind? With people in. Please come in and take your seats. Thank you. Please come in and take your seats. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Let's start again. I'd like to invite Reverend Dr. David Hanna to come up and to continue with his third presentation. Hello, everyone. Please sit down. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Wonderful, thank you. Oh, it's a bit buzzy. Thank you, everybody. I hope you are a little bit fed and watered, and you are refreshed. That's the idea behind that break, is refreshment. So this is just the final kind of small third of the presentations which I'm giving you today, and then we'll have a final and different speaker. But we made sure he was also called David, because that's one of the conditions here. So this is session 3, called Bringing Peace and Reconciliation. Of course, you know, I'm well aware there's a huge kind of and growing body and expertise about this kind of area. You can do degrees in this at university, and you can be well trained in the kind of techniques and the ways of doing this. And we rely on those people and hope that more people come forward with even better and greater skills. But I'm not really approaching that traditional area, but more here to give certain kind of little insights which explain, you know, why UPF is doing the work that it's doing, and what unique contributions that can make. So I'll use some quotations from other sources as well. So I think these are very much general interest. You know, where does peace begin? This is the UNESCO Constitution preamble. It says, since wars begin in the minds of men, it's in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. So the kind of idea is already there. And we've been kind of giving quite a lot of credence to the religious contribution as a necessary restorative vehicle, if you like. Here's Father Moon speaking in 1990. He said, why throughout history have people needed to improve themselves through morals, ethics, and religion? Why should we observe them? It's because we sense something is wrong with us, and we desire to return to our original standing before God. However hard the original mind may struggle to attain goodness, we can hardly find any examples of true goodness in this world under the sovereignty of evil. Human beings have thus been compelled to seek the source of goodness in the world transcendent of time and space. This necessity has given birth to religion, and through religion, fallen people mired in ignorance have sought to meet God by ceaselessly striving toward the good. This is a quotation from the kind of original textbook called Exposition of the Divine Principle. So how do we set about, changing our nature for the better, we use a term here, and Father Moon called it the kind of law of indemnity. It's a word that's borrowed from maybe the legal realm, but indemnity means paying a certain price to restore something that was lost, making some, largely these tend to be symbolic conditions, or what we call conditions of lesser indemnity. They have to be voluntarily done, things that we do of our own free will to make effort to put something right and to realize the mistake that we might have made. So if any original position or state, it even could be your health, if that's lost, you have to look at the current reality, see what is wrong, how that came about, and work to restore it. So it needs some effort to reverse or restore whatever was lost. So if through stupidly lying to a friend you lose their friendship, and you regret what you've done, there are ways to come back, obviously, but you have to allow a certain amount of time to pass, maybe. You have to show your sincerity. You have to approach that person with a very genuine heart and say, what I did was wrong. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive me. And, if they feel they have the grace to do that at that time, they can do that. Right? So there are processes which we could, if time allowed, we could talk about these. But taking responsibility by taking actions to correct weaknesses, misconduct, or bad habits. This is involving this principle of indemnifying mistakes or indemnifying some problem. And we set it in the context of what is called restoration, putting things right or back to how they should have developed or been in the beginning. So restoration occurs when you find yourself in a similar position to where mistakes were made in the past. Okay, you were involved or witnessing some mistake in the past, then you need to, maybe that situation is recreated and you have like another opportunity to put right what previously went wrong. So to restore something, you have to maybe face the same temptation to make the same mistake, right? And if you do make the same mistake, you're continuing a destructive pattern and it's unhelpful. So we have to be aware of that and make those changes. So if an honest person, previously honest person, lies, they're maybe labeled in the person they have offended in their eyes as a liar. They're now this kind of liar. I don't want to deal with this person. But we need to have a change of heart. We need to confess. We need a period of honest conduct, which shows that we're serious about what we mean. And hopefully through that we can recover our lost status as an honest person in the eyes of others. So there are these processes. It's interesting that at their root, religion, where religion is good, it's teaching these kind of processes and encouraging the forgiveness that goes along with this. But if you choose not to do that, and instead of acting out of your fallen nature, you act according to your original nature and your original mind, so you are following your conscience, this is, exercising some kind of restoration. And in doing so, of course, you break the cycle of abuse and the pattern of fallen history. Now, these patterns by looking at Old Testament and other religious sources, Father Moon really extracted the kind of essence of how to undergo this process of restoration, see where it was going on, where opportunities were perhaps presented but not made use of, and where they were converted into some valuable restorative action. So it's in a way looking at those traditions and gleaning from them this particular kind of tool, if you like. So until restoration on a particular level is accomplished, then same problems will occur. So we need to reconcile with God and with higher values. The religious life is encouraging people to do this. It doesn't mean everybody follows that, right? As we say, there are a lot of abuses in religion, but in its essence, it's providing this way. Study of scripture, seeking insight, prayer, meditations, this is all self-reflection and trying to look inside myself more honestly, awakening and stimulating the conscience and leading to some point of confession. That's why often you find the religious leader, or whether it's a guru or a priest or whatever it is important in one's life, because that's the person that you can come to feel that your confession or your honesty is being listened to by a higher power, and it's also enabling you to get free of the kind of selfish desire to have those behaviors we talked about before, the kind of lying or hiding or, trying to put on a face like everything is good when actually it's not, or this kind of thing. Are you with me? Everybody okay? So, therefore we see kind of these patterns of going a reverse way or a restorative way in religion. And you find for traditions that encourage people to go the way of a monk or a nun, for example, and that's quite a few traditions actually. I mean, it's you get Anglican monks and nuns, you get Catholic monks and nuns, obviously, and Buddhist monks and nuns. You get this kind of celibacy in Hinduism and the kind of call to that, choice of a person to go that route. And these three vows form the kind of monastic tradition, that is poverty, chastity, and obedience. Right? Those actually are very related to those three blessings or three foundations of peace that we talked about earlier. It's a way to restore that. Obedience is like, putting my mind and body in the right relationship, right, in front of God. Chastity is denying myself that kind of married relationship and sexual relationship, because it's almost saying, well, I have to sort myself out first, before I engage in that. And for some people that might constitute a lifetime. It's a great sacrifice, right? And people who've made that sacrifice and paid that indemnity, to use the language of the principle, then there are people who, maybe they would have made the best mothers and fathers, actually, but they felt called to do that. And maybe knowing why to satisfy themselves, but not knowing this kind of deeper part of restoring the way that love has been misused, as we talked about. So those people of good faith and good conscience found themselves going a path of celibacy, which of course, it's not a universal panacea, is it? Right? I mean, if everybody did that as their response to God's calling, then humanity would die out. So, I mean, I'm thinking very practically here. But still, people, that's their response to their conscience. And poverty is also the kind of monk's way. You know how the traditional Thai Buddhist monk just possesses 4 things, I think. They have 2 orange robes. They wash one and wear the other, and then they swap over, right? And then they have a bowl, a silver bowl, which they can, as they pass through a village, people will come and put rice in. That's people making their little indemnity offering, a little bit of, support. And they'll have a kind of mesh or strainer to take out the flies and not to, 4 things. No iPad, iPhone, iPod, anything, right? So it's a choice though, isn't it, right? And actually probably you feel very free. Wow, I don't have those things to worry about, right? So maybe a good thing to do for a certain period of one's life anyway. So this is reversing, it's going the opposite way to that third blessing, because we couldn't handle it responsibly. It's like making a condition to come back to a point again where God can say, okay, now, you don't have to be poor anymore. You don't have to be unmarried anymore. Are you with me? But of course, these things don't happen in just a person's lifetime. It's a whole historical process that humankind is being led through. And this, the unification principle reveals through its analysis of history. It's very, very fascinating. So when we honor God and higher values and we really love each other, this is the kind of a good kind of practice, and it's going a reverse way to how these problems came about. It's called, in our terminology, making a foundation of faith, and then a foundation of substance is actually changing and bettering your character substantially. So we need to do this, and we need to do it of our own will and our own effort, right? When Jesus famously said, love God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself, he was picking out two separate parts of the Jewish Torah, right? And in response to the question, what is the most important law? Well, he had discerned that, and having read everything, obviously, he said that's the most important. And that is, the first is restoring your faith, because human beings lost their standing as faithful beings in front of God by disobeying the commandment, and then they disturbed the kind of horizontal order between each other, and that needs to be restored. So we need success in both of these kind of areas, our inner self-reflection and awakening our conscience, and also practice in relationship with others and making good relationships. And we can move towards the goal of peace. So we talked earlier about the kind of origins of our problem based in illicit love. This was very much like the parents' generation problem, if you like, or caused kind of people in their undeveloped spirituality to marry together and to procreate and pass on that self-centered love down through the generations. So it gets visited on the next generation. And in the biblical source, the next story that comes along is the story of Cain and Abel, the sons of Adam and Eve. And Cain ends up murdering his brother. And that makes him the first murderer in history, if you follow that line of history, right? But in a way, it's a metaphor, and Father Moon uses this as a kind of paradigm for understanding the whole kind of history of conflict, which is essentially a conflict between brothers, people who should be able to get on well together. Historically, has tended to be men more than women, who've done that kind of fighting and resorted to violence. So the Cain-type nature, when faced with difficulty or jealous feelings or angry feelings, resorts to violence. And it's more the younger brother in this story, the Abel, who is more sensitive to God's calling and to the kind of response of the faithful person. So really, we could say in this story, which is an archetype of conflict, that God wanted Cain and Abel to really love each other, to solve their differences in that family. In a way, there was an opportunity to do that. Remember I said, restoration is like a recurring opportunity to do right what in the past was done wrong. So we're given this kind of next opportunity, and it's beautifully expressed. I quote this because it always strikes me like very profound psychology, actually. Already here in the 4th book of Genesis, it says, God is speaking to Cain, right, who's just had his offering not accepted, although his brother's is accepted, and he feels a lot of jealousy over this. God says to him, if you do what is right, will you not be accepted? Right? It's a very loving thing to say, actually, right? I'm ready here to embrace you, but you need to do what is right. If you do not do what is right, sin is couching at your door. Its desire is for you, but you must master it. In other words, you need to get a grip on these kind of feelings, and whatever it is that's making you want to, express your anger or lash out at your brother or feel sorry for yourself, have all those kind of feelings that resorted in, as we said, in lying or attacking the other or, acting violently, this kind of thing, then, you need to get a grip and get a handle on that. So the important thing about that story is it's being left open, right? That means it's not an inevitability that he kills his brother. It's more like he's given this loving warning, Surely you will be embraced and accepted if you overcome these feelings. If you overcome those feelings, which incidentally are the kind of feelings which first occurred in the archangel in the story, then you're overcoming that for all history. You're getting it out of your family line, if you like. Are you with me? So that's the importance of it. It means your descendants won't be suffering the same things because you will have solved it for them. So we have this choice to solve it and let me be the solution, or I could multiply the problem and pass it on to somebody else. And inevitably, the problems get passed on land with our children, don't they? So we want to be sure we don't do that. Here is the second United Nations Secretary General, the very fine man who was tragically killed in an air crash. Dag Hammarskjöld. He said, "I see no hope for permanent world peace. We have tried and failed miserably. Unless the world has a spiritual rebirth, then civilization is doomed." So under this kind of paradigm of the kind of Cain-Abel structure that the principle presents, we see that Abel, this younger brother, is loved by God, but could not win the heart of his brother, who was consumed with resentment, right, towards his younger brother. And Abel had God's blessing, but maybe he wouldn't share it with his brother. And somewhere this is also indicating that both, have good points and bad points. And it's very good to remember when you're in a kind of conflict resolution situation that that's going to be the case. It's not black and white. Cain was consumed with resentment over perceived injustice. He saw or felt that what was being done to him was unjust, but that's confused with selfish feelings of like, I'm the eldest, I should be treated with respect, I should be, it's a very great tendency. And in a way, the situation he was put in was to exaggerate those feelings, if you like, so that he would be all the more kind of victorious if he overcomes them. And he didn't see his brother from God's point of view. Remember, that was what we call the first aspect of our fallen nature, not loving the other person from God's standpoint. So he was jealous, unable to control his anger, and he murdered his brother. If we twist it around and we kind of say, what if, and this is one of the interesting things that the unification principle allows us to do, and it's a little bit different to traditional doctrines in that way. It says, what should happen? Well, Abel should be humble, and being blessed by God should receive that humbly. He should forgive and be tolerant in the face of some kind of abuse, even from his elder brother. And he should serve his brother in order to melt that resentment which his elder brother had. And then he's kind of ready to mediate and can actually maybe help his brother to make a good offering and have it accepted. It takes both sides to cooperate with that, doesn't it, right? Because the elder brother has to get off his high horse and go and ask his younger brother, how do you recommend I do this? Which takes some humility. And his younger brother should not be feeling, well, I'm favored and you're not. Hard luck to you. He should actually be feeling, well, I want to help my elder brother. He's obviously suffering. I want to bring him. So Cain needs to overcome resentment and feelings of rejection. He needs to recognize his brother's value, and he needs to rejoice in his brother's success so he can move on from feeling these feelings of hatred and be ready to reconcile. So this is a kind of paradigm there. Even though historically the story at this stage, it went wrong, the problem was multiplied, there are the seeds there, or the things we can notice in this story about how it could have gone differently. And this is the kind of step 2, it's reconciling with each other. Here in the Holy Quran, it says the repayment of a bad action is one equivalent to it, but whoever pardons and makes reconciliation, his reward lies with God. He does not love the unjust, but whoever endures patiently and forgives, this is a sign of real resolve. in Christianity in Matthew, it says, Jesus giving this advice, which I think is actually very much thinking back to that Cain and Abel story. That's my guess. If you're offering your gift at the altar, and there remember that your brother has something against you, leave your gift there before the altar and go. First be reconciled to your brother, and then come and offer your gift. In fact, I would say it's probably his insight there is that in the Cain-Abel story, there were problems between these brothers before it ever came to making an offering, right? So it was like Abel should have sorted that out first of all, right, with his brother, and not just gone and made his offering and expect to be accepted. So restoration of the elder son's birthright. This is quite a mouthful, isn't it? But this is the process is going on in restoration in the stories that are based in Holy Scripture. You know, and I'm just going to pick out the story of, I don't know if this is familiar to you, the story of Jacob and Esau. Do you remember this story? Or have you come across it in your tradition, respectively? I don't know. There are these two twins born to Rebekah and the father Isaac. This is the son of Abraham, right? So in this story, Rebekah, when she is pregnant, she has these twins that she feels fighting in her womb. Can you imagine? Women? Men? I don't know, but less likely we can imagine. But women, you know, and she questioned. She obviously went to pray about this. And the answer she got was, you know, 2 nations are in your womb, and the elder must serve the younger. That's very interesting, isn't it? Right? Because this is like reversing this problem of elder brother, younger brother. You know, they couldn't reconcile at the time of, you know, Cain and Abel. But there's another kind of set of now very closely related twins. They're just kind of, one is seconds older than the other, right? But they're still going to be the elder, but mother already knows that the elder must serve the younger, which means kind of come back to God through the younger brother, which is not going to be easy. This is restoration, right? And this is why, in the biblical stories, certainly, you know, it's often the younger brother who seems to be favored by God, and the elder brother isn't, right? Because there's a tradition in the fallen world, as there should be originally, that the inheritance from the parents is passed on to whom? The elder son, right? Almost every culture practices that, right? Maybe we're more democratic here in the West. We say, you know, it'll go to the children equally, or somebody will write that in their will. But traditionally, it's always gone to the elder son, becomes the next center of the family, right? So it was important to the Jews who was, you know, who was that eldest person. And we see there that this, you know, this struggle is kind of being set up, really, between these two, whereby the eldest son actually doesn't care so much for his birthright. He, in fact, sells it to his brother for a pottage of lentils and a good hearty meal when he comes back home from hunting. So, you know, it's obviously he's not really so concerned about it, right? So if you read these stories, they're very human stories. They're very beautifully told. But we're looking kind of inside to see what is going on in terms of restoration. Jacob buys the birthright, so he has certain legitimacy there from his elder brother. He says, you know, okay, I'll give you this meal, but you give me your birthright. And he says, okay, you have it. So on some level, he's got it. And he receives, with his mother's help, the blessing which was due to the eldest son from his blind father Isaac by dressing up as you know, his elder brother. So it's a little dubious, but it was the mother taking full responsibility for this. So Isaac went along with it. And then because of his brother's anger when he finds out about this, how he's been denied his blessing, then he has to escape because his older brother is out to kill him, right? Although he has some decency, and he says, I won't do it until your father is dead, and then I'll do it, right? So, you know, these are the stories. Jacob has to escape. Also, what if, you know, Father Moon was saying, you know, these things should have been resolved in the family. Actually, they should have been resolved there. But maybe there wasn't really good communication between the parents. After all, Rebecca overheard the father saying, it's time now to give the blessing to the eldest son. She just overheard it, and she said, quickly, I want to get the younger son in there, right? So she makes this kind of whole process. So it's an interesting kind of turnaround of events. But, if it had been resolved properly through communication in the family, then what happened wouldn't have had to happen. As it was, Jacob had to leave and he'd go for 21 years to his mother's brother and live there in Haran, a different country. He never saw his parents during that time. He built up his own family and his own wealth, and he was mistreated and cheated 10 times by his uncle, who didn't turn out to be such a nice character. And but also he learned through that, well, maybe this is how my brother felt when he was cheated out of his blessing. So he learned something, and he still had the mind that for the future generations to come from that lineage, the future nation that was spoke about, that he cared more about than his brother, then he wanted to go back and reconcile with his brother. So there's a wonderful story of reconciliation here that Father Moon takes as a kind of paradigm for, even in his own life, he exercises this kind of process of taking a lower position and a humble position, but really seeking to disarm the opposing elder brother, if you like, and be able to reconcile. And he did this, and I'm not sure if David in the next talk will mention this or have time to do, but there was a time, I think in 1992, when Father Moon went back against the South Korean government law into North Korea. It was very hard to get in there, right? We took a party of people in the days before mobile phones, and he essentially went there to reconcile with the communist dictator in North Korea, Kim Il-sung, the person who was ultimately responsible for Father Moon being in a North Korean concentration camp for 2 years and 8 months, where he was sent essentially to die. So this is the person who had tried not only on that occasion, but other occasions to eliminate him. But he said his lifelong ambition was to embrace this person as my brother. It's extraordinary, isn't it? And, so he's used this kind of, these kind of principles in his own life and encouraging others to make peace, such as in the MEPI and the Middle East peace initiatives that David Earle talked about in the beginning talk. So here we have Jacob mistreated by his uncle Laban, deciding to come back after 21 years. He goes through a kind of all-night struggle. It's described as a fight with an angel. If that doesn't fit with you, you could think he's just going through also an internal struggle. How am I going to do this? How can I, disarm my brother in this way, get rid of his bitter and angry feelings? I hear he's coming out to meet me with 400 armed warriors, so he's obviously not over the problem yet, right? And he overcomes this kind of fight with the angel as described. And he sends livestock and servants ahead of him as gifts. He sends his family. They bow, and as he approaches his brother, he bows 7 times to the ground, right? He shows such humility. He returns all these kind of things, the result of the blessing he was given, he returns them to his brother. And his brother says, no, I don't need these things. And there's a beautiful kind of argument goes on, right? So how is this related to what we talked about before? We could say then in this story, Esau's responsibility there is to go the reverse way to the way that the fallen nature works. And we mentioned 4 points of fallen nature, right? So he has to love Jacob as God loves Jacob, rather than the opposite. So he has to take God's standpoint in loving his brother. He has to receive love through his brother and accept that love and those gifts. And then he has to serve and follow his brother, recognize that maybe actually he would make a better center of the family than I would, which is quite a difficult thing to do, but it would be the solution to these problems. And then he has to learn God's way through Jacob and multiply goodness rather than end up repeating the crime of Cain killing Abel. So he overcomes, his heart melts, and his brother has a great kind of role in melting his heart. We call it winning the heart of Cain, right? And that is very necessary. So a person on the kind of Abel side has to make those efforts and those conditions and show that kind of integrity. Again, here is Father Moon speaking on this very question. He said, only after the reunion with his brother Esau could Jacob meet his parents, whom he had missed for so many years, and enjoy the peace he had longed for. We too can enter God's kingdom and meet God only after we have gone through the course of Jacob and made oneness with the Esau's in our life. For such is the restoration of Cain and Abel. So we have those things even in our own life, I'm sure. You might find, if you question deeply, you have an Esau in your life, right? So it's a great example of peacemaking efforts. Jacob, in this Abel role, has to maintain and grow in faith and endure, and Esau has to let go of those aspects of fallen nature that he's inherited and undergo really a change of heart. So, and then it's amazing in a way how quickly it happens, right? So that's a kind of important lesson from the story. We have to be successful Abels like Jacob was. So here on this kind of topic, you have a figure such as Dr. Martin Luther King speaking. He said, we must discover the power of love, the power, the redemptive power of love. And when we discover that, we will be able to make of this old world a new world. We will be able to make men better. Love is the only way. And he also said, we never get rid of an enemy by meeting hate with hate. We get rid of an enemy by getting rid of enmity. That kind of feeling of hatred has to be dissolved in that way. A few more quotes for you, quotations. Is that all right? What is an ideal family, Father Moon says? Some might say, well, it's a family whose members all trust each other. And others might say, it's a family whose members know each other well. And these descriptions fall short. An ideal family is a family whose members are connected with an inseparable bond of heart. It's a family whose members feel each other's pain as their own, or even more deeply than their own pain. Hence, they willingly sacrifice themselves to carry the other's burden. Such a family can be called an ideal family. He said, I am teaching you to love those who hate you. If you love them, sooner or later they will come to like you. If you return good 3 times for every time someone does you wrong, eventually that person will bow his head. Try it yourself and see if I'm right or not. You know, everyone has a conscience. As I said earlier, everybody has that kind of that original mind inside themselves. And this is maybe a clue as to how to penetrate that or how to get it to respond in a person. So, again, he says, true love has influence on the enemy. If you overcome the first, second, and fourth difficult situation with love, the enemy will disappear. Jesus loved his enemies, knowing that love has such power. And such ideas you also find, like in the life of Gandhi. He said, when I despair, I remember that all through history, the ways of truth and love have always won. It's kind of winning in the end, you might say. Right? So the greatest act of love is that love for enemy. To give even to those who have done one great harm is the key to peace. It converts the enemy into a friend and reverses kind of ancient patterns of abuse and revenge. So, you know, we need to reawaken the kind of understanding and revert to an understanding of how to employ these principles of true love and productive relationships. Our choice then, as I said, is to resolve or repeat past conflicts. Unresolved problems will surely be passed on. to future generations, and often, because things tend to expand and multiply, might be bigger or more difficult to resolve the more time goes on. A very interesting aspect of the unification principles is the kind of view of history that recognizes that there was a move afoot to bring a great kind of coordinated solution to the roots of conflict through a massive spiritual awakening in various different cultures and nations around the world in what's often called the axial period. It's between 600 up to 400 BCE, before the Common Era, or before Christ. It's that, before year zero. It's 600 to 400 years before. And that is where you see a kind of a burgeoning and awakening of spirituality in humankind, a change also in the nature of religion to a much more internal understanding of one invisible God and kind of higher ethics and values than were practiced before. You see it with the birth and teaching of Confucius, of Lao Tzu in China. You see it with the Buddha in India and Zoroaster in Persia. And you see it in the kind of reforms going on in the oldest religion, in Hinduism, in the Upanishads. You see it in Judaism through the Reformation brought about by Malachi in the last 400 years before Jesus, reconstituting a nation that can be ready to receive a kind of higher level of teaching and reformation. You see it, and the principle recognizes the kind of great Greek thinkers like Socrates, not normally thought of as religious leaders, but because of their insight and contribution to humanity. They are up there with these kind of high spiritual figures. There's Socrates, and there are other developments around the world as well. It's interesting, isn't it? They're all happening roughly at the same kind of time and independent of one another. So it's an awakening there. The profound kind of insight in the expanding this Cain-Abel paradigm, Father Moon was saying, is that as it went through history, seeking to be resolved on necessarily bigger levels, from family to society to nation to eventually a worldwide level, there have been Cain and Abel struggles between brothers, right? Very similar in nature. So we can call it the Cain-Abel problem. And the Abel tradition, the Abel type view of life, is that born by Hebraism through Christianity, Islam, these kind of religious traditions. They're responding in piety and in faith. They're not perfect, but they are really the kind of brother that God can work with. Are you with me? Because of those sensibilities and those kind of the way it's aware of the spiritual reality and the effort to kind of act morally and ethically. There's another trend, which is the Cain-type trend, which, okay, it was resolved on a family level to some extent with Jacob and Esau, but it still couldn't, the kind of evil in the world was much bigger than that one family. So it still had to progress to greater levels. And we see it emerge then at the time when Jesus was born, interestingly, the end kind of this period, 400 years later. We see him coming where there's a developed strand of Cain-type thinking which emerges in Hellenism and the Greek and Roman culture. Particularly the Roman culture had its thumb or boot firmly on Israel, right, at that time. And then you have the Hebraic culture coming to some fruition at that time. So Hellenism and Hebraism is like Cain and Abel. Are you with me? And they represent more the kind of body or material side and more the kind of spiritual or mind side. But like mind and body, they need to work together. They have something to contribute to each other. But Father Moon's insight is that that opportunity was lost because Jesus was not received as the expected Savior, actually. And because of that, even these religious traditions kind of continued on their separate ways rather than being brought into some unity that would be world transforming 2,000 years ago. Now that's a big what if, isn't it, right? But it's really fascinating when you think that a lot was being prepared in these religious traditions for something much greater, not to just carry on as their own individual traditions, each proud of their own, histories, and maybe rightly so in some senses, but working separately, they should have come together under a reformed Judaism and Jesus' leadership. So that was not the way things turned out. As I said, it was predicated on Jesus being accepted and understood, but these traditions have carried on. It's interesting that this understanding is picked up by a scholar of religions. This is Karen Armstrong, if you're familiar with her work, and I like this quotation from her book, The Great Transformation, it's called. She's talking about this period of history from 400 to 600 years before year zero, right? She says there, as far as these sages, that's the people that I've outlined here, right? As far as these sages were concerned, respect for the sacred rights of all human beings was religion. If people behaved with kindness and generosity to their fellows, they could save the world. This was something kind of in the heart of each of these religious traditions. Isn't that interesting? It is to me. And she goes on to say, we need to rediscover this ethos. We must learn to live and behave as though people in countries remote from our own are as important as ourselves. Amen? Amen? Yay! I agree with that, right? Absolutely. So that's a kind of little bit of history added in at the end. We kind of touched on some of these ideas. I hope this at least whets your appetite for further study and, different aspects, as was mentioned before, actually, Mr. Keith Best put it so eloquently, as he always does, right? He just put it so eloquently. The movement is tackling many different areas. There's a kind of avenue for each person to work in, and some areas will suit your nature, your abilities, your natural disposition better than others. But, everybody is needed and everybody is valued as part of this peacemaking effort. So I commend it to you. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, David. Margaret, do you want to come up? So you've had a real feast of internal wisdom. And I know all of you have your own wisdom as well. And we would like to sample your wisdom. Margaret is very good at pulling people up and getting them to share. But we're going to restart at 4. We're going to have some Q&A before, and then a short break.
Anybody wants to share something?
You have to speak in this. What is that?
Yes.
You ready? Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody's talking. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I was very interested in the references, obviously, to Cain and Abel and Jacob and Esau. My question relates to a place I've been rather more recently, several times, Kuala Lumpur Airport. Now, given that the Reverend Moon was Korean, and of course went to the north, we all know that the North Korean president had his half-brother murdered at Kuala Lumpur Airport. Does that not suggest that the message we're hearing today is not really suited to the harsh real world? Thank you.
I'm not quite understanding you because...
I understand what I
Reverend-
said, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay,
you can
I can respond something to that. Of course, these kind of abuses have been going on and go on, just like the one that you referred to. But maybe even more than interesting and valuable, the approach that Father Moon made when he went to North Korea himself. That was, I'm not sure David is going to refer to this or not. Can I say something? So when he went there, it was not just a simple embrace of people, although that was important. He went there to offer many practical projects, starting a car-making plant, educating young people, building a media center for North Korea, which it still has and uses. It was, offering, in the sense of Jacob offering gifts, it was a way to melt the heart of this person. Obviously, he overcame his own feelings. He had every right to be resentful towards this person, but he made it the point of the goal of his life to reconcile with this person and to open a channel, which actually is now there. There's a channel open from that time with our movement in North Korea. It didn't stop the murder, no.
We're talking about Kim Il-sung.
But this is a long, long historical process which is underway, and it needs more people to practice and use these kind of principles in peacemaking efforts. Anyway, that's what I want to say in response. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other? Yes. Oh, one and then two. Okay. Excuse me.
Hi again. I'd just like to mention something that's very, very commonplace now in Asia and in the Middle East, where I spent a lot of time working. And that is this, I really resonated with the Cain and Abel story, which I'd read many years ago at school. However, when we bring it back into family and family healing, we also have to understand that the law has changed, but the family hasn't. The family structure hasn't. So this becomes very pertinent when we consider women, because the law has changed in many countries where inheritance is equal between males and females, but the family structure has not changed accordingly. And that's where, this whole cultural thing of families disintegrating, because a lot of women feel betrayed and they feel a lot of injustice, and they don't know, they're not getting supported by the old family structures. They're just being still the same thing going on, and they're fed up. In most cases, they're fed up. So I just wanted to bring that up as well. Yes, love is really the top level, but there's so many layers connected up with that of justice, fairness, and also the legal system. It's changed. Well, the family structure has to also change. Okay.
Well,
I'm Caroline Heward, and I'm a stress expert. And every time I come to any of these lectures, it doesn't matter where, online, offline, here, and I'm hearing the same stories, and I've been in the Divine Principles of Peace study and been mentored by David and Robin since 2019. I have a profound effect. The effect that I have is that I move into my heart. And I have a very profound experience of peace and heart. And I don't know whether anybody else experiences that, but I certainly do. And I go into a very deep meditative state. And what I wanted to really share is that we can debate the topics, but then we're still in the mind. And when we move from the mind to the heart, we actually find an internal inner peace that literally transforms everything and everyone. And what I feel is that since UPF has gone online and these lectures have gone online, that we reach so many more people. And that the profound message here, I don't feel it's about the us and them and the he did this and she did that and it's not right here. I feel it's a heart message. And I really wanted to share that with you because in my short time of being in the Divine Principles of Peace study, I've had incredible experiences. And even today, I know these stories well. I've been in the study groups, and I still get the deep effect. And I share that with you because I'd love you to have it too.
Thank you so much. And if you need any stress therapy of any sort, the lady is right.
To foreign students, among other things, or writer and whatever, that doesn't really matter, but just connecting one thing that was said a bit earlier on, we need a relationship with our environment. Now, we tend to think of our environment as everything around here, yeah? Or out there, whatever. We also have an inner environment, which is when you say you move into your heart. When people feel that you are talking from your heart and not your head, that changes them. Their environment changes.
I wanted to just add that these biblical stories may not be completely true or whatever, but it is a great lesson to be learned. You know, if you were, you know, able now, wouldn't you just say, look, my brother, look, my sister, we're the same, let's go together. You would, wouldn't you, having understood this principle? It's not so much the story, it is what we can learn from it. And I think very much transformation in my life has been through that kind of learning, you know. Not because, I think it's absolute must, but I understand, like she said, I understand that through that I can be better, I can make the world better, I can make my family better. Yeah, so therefore, by learning about also Jacob and Esau, it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. I used to cry when I was hearing them first time because I didn't know these stories, you know, to be honest. But it really is heartfelt. Something comes to you and says, "Wow, look at that, Jacob. What did he do? He just gave everything to his brother." And his brother was obliged to say, "To see you is like seeing God." You know, it was wonderful. So we can learn from those stories.
Would you like to take a break?
Yeah, it's good time for break, I think. Again,
we have
do some exercise.
The teas and coffees outside, and
yeah, there's also lots of fresh juice. You come back at 4, please.
in 15 minutes.
I think you can jump up and down, I think. Otherwise, that's not going to happen.
So do you want to move it onto your computer or run it from the flash?
Better to copy it. I was fine. Just
yes, I think so, probably.
I don't have to ask you for it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Could you take your seats, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? Thank you. This afternoon, it's time we have our final presentation. And the final presentation is, in a sense, the touch of UPF for making it happen. In a sense, it's implementing the vision. The vision is very important, and to understand these dynamics of how things work, but also how to implement the vision, how to take those principles and apply them on a personal level, but on an organizational level, but also to have influence, to try to influence your nation or beyond. So we're very grateful that David Fraser Harris, who's the Secretary General for UPF, Universal Peace Federation in the Middle East, could come down and join us. He lives in Scotland, and he flew down he took the train down yesterday, and he has to catch the train to go back up again afterwards. So we want to start on time and give him a chance to make his presentation. Dave is a very deep-hearted brother, and he used to live, or he lived in Damascus for 10 years? 14 years, until it just became too difficult with the conflict there. So his children speak fluent Arabic, but he's got a real heart for the Middle East. So please welcome David Fraser Harris. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. This is a physical event. We're all here, so we can call it a 3D event. I'm the third D. I hope, another way you could call this, I think I would call it a David sandwich. An Earl and a Fraser Harris, but the meat you've had already. So this is just the ending now. So I've called this the UPF touch. I'm not claiming to talk about everything we do at all. I'd like to see what works and why. What you've already heard, you had an introduction looking at UPF in action and universal principles, and then been through some of the key principles. So I want to connect certain principles to some of the actions of UPF. Give and take action, that is the relationship between one person and another, one organization and another, applied to dialogue and partnership, sacrifice and service as applied to reconciliation, and the heart of a parent, which is very much the root of all that we do. And this is a quotation from our founder, Reverend Sun Myung Moon. Go forward with the heart of a parent in the shoes of a servant, shedding sweat for the earth, tears for man, and blood for heaven. So it's a nice motto, and I'm going to start with this. Looking back first a little bit at the wider context, what I'd like to do is pick up some activities or programs and show how they work. And I'm dealing with new glasses, so I'm trying not to look over them to you. So if you look on the left, I've got some building blocks, because you know the Universal Peace Federation. Many of you probably know it was a rebranding of the Interreligious and International Federation for World Peace, which was founded in 1999. But that was a combination of two organizations, the Federation for World Peace and the Interreligious Federation for World Peace, which were both established in 1991. But all of that exists on a foundation of decades of work, which all became incorporated into what is now UPF. And when we look at the different associations that we now have in UPF, you can trace most of them back to the work that we were doing 30, 40, 50 years ago, and it's still there. So now we have the International Summit Council for Peace. In the 1980s, already we had the Summit Council for World Peace. Now we have the IAPD, but in the 1980s we had the International Religious Foundation. Yeah. Now we have the IAAP for academics. In the 80s, or even the 70s, we have the Professors World Peace Academy and the ICUS. And I think I'm right in saying that one of the key original staff of the Professors World Peace Academy in Korea is sitting at the back of the room, Mrs. Hannah. So that was the Professors World Peace Academy and the Conference on the Unity of the Sciences. Now we have IMAP, the Media Association for Peace. But we had the World Media Association in the 1980s. And now we have IAACP, the International Cultural Foundation, existed. Just to give you a little bit of perspective that these didn't just pop up. I want to look at a little bit of the development, first tracing some of the interreligious development, because it does deal with the very concept of dialogue almost from the root, and I'd like to look at that. So the Unification Theological Seminary was established in 1975, and it had a multi-faith faculty. As I'm reading here, the faculty was assembled in the school's first 3 years, including members of the Dutch Reformed Church, the Church of Christ, Methodism, the Greek Orthodox Church, the Roman Catholic Church, Judaism, and Confucianism. And other faiths came on board as time went by. At that time, UTS hosted a lot of speakers and lecturers from also many more faiths. And they had a lot of weekend dialogues. If you look at that picture, that small one on the black and white one on the right at the bottom. These scholars met together with the students at Unification Seminary and had very interesting theological and confessional dialogue, which was very moving for all those involved. And this was like a basic application of the principle of give and take in people, I'll come back to this, with integrity relating with each other. Because in a lot of relationships, there is manipulation, and it's not real dialogue. We'll come back to that. But this was genuine dialogue, and that meant that things were born from it, which were better for both the partners in the dialogue. One of the things born from it was the new Ecumenical Research Association, which was for dialogue within the Christian world between the different Christian denominations. They had a lot of theologians' conferences, and here is one of them, Richard Kebedo, who I'll speak about later. And they had a lot of research and development and dialogue. Then a series of programs in the 1980s developed under the International Religious Foundation. Here you can see the Council for the World's Religions, and I'm going to read through these titles because you can see there was quite a lot of interesting dialogue going on 40 years ago. The Trinitarian Basis of Christian Unity in Moscow, Intra-Jewish Dialogue in Switzerland, Dialogue for Muslim-Christian Friendship and Understanding in Istanbul, an intra-Hindu conference in Varanasi, India, a Buddhist dialogue in Thailand, and a Cairo conference which was called Summoning Islamic Leaders from the Islamic World at the time of the First Gulf War. These associations formed part of the International Religious Foundation, and it had a number of different other programs going on at the same time. One of these was a series of conferences on God, the contemporary discussion, bringing some of the most prominent theologians at the time together. And here's a comment from one of them. There was an air of excitement and challenge to the status quo there, as hundreds of scholars from around the world and from every tradition gathered on a regular basis to do what philosophy and theology had declared no longer possible, namely, talk about God. Then if you look on the right, Dr. David Hanna spoke earlier about the world scripture. And this is the original. There are two editions. This is the first edition, which came out, I believe, in 1991, a comparative anthology. And look at the words from the English professor from Lancaster University, Ninian Smart, who wrote the foreword. And he, if any of you have ever seen it, he was responsible for the BBC's Long Search series many years ago. And he wrote, this book is compiled in the spirit of reverence for all spiritual paths. I think this is part of, I talked about UPF's touch. How much are we really thinking of the other? How much are we really respecting? You spoke about respect being very important. How much is respect really there underneath? Or how much are we just doing something to promote ourselves or to develop this or that? It's like the key underlying motivation is very important. And this was perceived in this case by Dr. Ninian Smart. The Assembly for the World's Religions gathered on several occasions, and this is the 1991 in San Francisco. We also developed youth programs. Now we have others, but in the early 1980s, the Youth Seminar on the World's Religions brought together for an annual pilgrimage of youth, young people, many of them sons or daughters of religious leaders, people who were interested in their own right, to visit the holy sites of the world. By traveling together and experiencing the many faces of the sacred and the eternal, these young people forged lifelong bonds of love and affection across lines once marred by historical hatred. So here's a development of youth. And when they gathered, when the religious leaders gathered for the Assembly of the World's Religions in 1985, the suggestion came, let's upgrade it. Let's do more than just visit religious sites. Let's do a service program. And from that was born the Religious Youth Service Project, which started in 1986. This picture here is from 1991 in Hungary. And I was actually the director of that project. And from the RYS, I think some of you in this room have probably been involved in RYS projects that have been conducted here in the UK. I think the main lesson I took away from RYS, from my early experiences there, was God is in the other person. And if I don't see it, it's my fault. It really helped me, and that, of course, is the meaning implied under the greeting Namaste. It's the same thing. So now I come to what is dialogue and why we do it. This is, on the left, I want to look at a question that a rabbi had asked to Dr. Frank Kaufman, who was directing the Council for the World's Religions and also the Interreligious Federation. Why does Reverend Moon do the dialogue? And the answer, he believes that give and take action, look at the little diagram on the right to bring you back to the principles that we were studying during the day. He believes that give and take action is the foundation for unity. Thus, dialogue characterizes his peacemaking efforts. He believes that the great living religious traditions reflect God's historical efforts to establish peace on earth, Therefore, he supports activities designed to bring strength and unity to all the world's traditions, and he inspires them to maintain loving and cooperative relations with one another. So that's the thinking behind the interfaith dialogue as perceived at that time. On the right, you see the picture of Paulos Mar Gregorios, the bishop of the Syrian Orthodox Church in India and former president, well, when he was alive, he passed on, of the World Council of Churches. And he spoke about, when he was in Rome one time when I was there, he spoke to us about his early experience in interfaith as a young priest. And he went into this meeting and somebody came up to him and he said, "The problem we feel in interfaith dialogue with you Christians is that we feel that you are like a spider waiting to catch a fly." And that's how he said it to me, because he was talking to me. He said, "Waiting to catch a fly." So he understood that people's suspicion of the early types of interfaith was that you're really coming here with a secret hidden agenda. And you're saying you're interfaith, but you're not really. Now, you know, the world has gone a long way since then, so many people are well aware of the need to go beyond that. But it is fundamental, and it is fundamental to dialogue. Because during that time I was in Rome, part of my responsibility was to try, at that stage, to dialogue with the Vatican. And they're very happy now, but at that stage they were not so interested. But I realized that one of the problems is people's perception of what you want to do in dialogue. People assume that, you know, I know what I want. But actually, if in this little diagram here, you've got a red subject and a blue object, if both of them say, the purpose of this meeting is for what I need, you're not going to get anywhere. You have to find a common purpose that you agree about. That's the only way dialogue is really going to work. When you say, okay, you have your identity, I have my identity. What is it that we want to learn about and share about and communicate about in a way that is genuinely open-minded to the other? And if that genuine open-mindedness is there, then what happens? You build trust. If you respect it. But if you don't respect it, and at the end you just take it off and you use the dialogue you had for your own purpose, then you destroy trust. So it's very much to do with how do we go in? What's the mentality we go in with? Oh, one more thing. Dialogos. What does it mean? Dialogos. Yeah, people usually think dia is die, two. But Mar Gregorios, who's Greek, well, the Greek Orthodox, he's Indian, but he told me, no, it's not, it's dia, not die. Dia means through. So dialogue means talking through until you get a solution. You talk and talk and talk and talk it through. You go through it till you get a solution. So it's a very different concept to two people banging heads, which is what some people think it is. You know, we talk about being beyond borders. I thought I'd give you a slightly challenging statement from our founder. This is from the inaugural speech when UPF was launched in 2005. And here's what he said. "I will take the lead in establishing true families, true societies, true nations, and the true kingdom of the peaceful, ideal world. Will you join me as I rise and gain strength in accordance with heavenly fortune? Or will you remain captive behind the same old walls, all of them Satan's handiwork, the wall of your religion, the wall of your culture, the wall of your nationality, and the wall of your race, and spend the remainder of your time on earth in agony and regret? Heaven It's challenging, isn't it? Heaven is summoning you to be the wise leaders who will set aright this world of evil and establish a new heaven and a new earth, a new culture and an ideal kingdom. So he didn't mince his words. He wanted us to be very clear. Let's make it a different world where we go beyond our barriers. So, and he'd already done this 4 years before that speech. I don't know how many of you know of this conference. Everybody knows of 9/11. And 1 month later, we had a conference as the IIFWP in New York. We were the first international conference in New York. And at that conference, the president of Indonesia, Abdurrahman Wahid, came. And in a conference, in a private meeting, Father Moon said to him, I want to do something to help Islam so that the world understands what Islam really is. Can we do a conference in your city? The only thing I asked you to do is tell nobody that I'm doing it for you. Of course, now we can say it, but at the time, he wanted just to quietly support. And some of you probably know Tajuddin Hamad, the vice president of UPF. He was very instrumental in putting it together. And this is I've quoted here the words from the conference invitation. An historic opportunity has been placed at the feet of all Muslim believers. By the grace of Allah, Muslims and people of all faiths are seeking to know the real truth about Islam, the way of peace. We seek to bring a voice of unity, harmony, and compassion to greet current crises and opportunities. This is from the conference invitation. As you see, we published a book afterwards. The conference was only for Muslims, and as you know very well, Reverend Moon is not a Muslim, but he wanted to serve, and this is very much part of the spirit of his whole life. Here are some other examples of the UPF in practice. Again, trying to go beyond borders, break down limitations. On the left, UPF Nepal has held 6 South Asia Peace Initiative conferences that have brought together monarchists, Maoists, and members of the 7-party alliance to dialogue on issues and modalities of Nepal's ongoing peace process. Elections are scheduled for April the 10th. So actually, UPF was very instrumental in bringing together the parties that were not talking at all. The cooperation and assistance of organizations such as the Universal Peace Federation and the ex-MPs Club will no doubt support us in attaining lasting peace. UPF's founder, Father Moon, has developed a universal philosophy that has the power and depth to unite people from all walks of life. I believe that this international leadership conference will help us promote lasting peace and good governance. And that's the Honorable Sahana Pradhan, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. This one, you might wonder why it's here, given what's happening now. Many years back, Father and Mother Moon both said, you have to really work hard to bridge the gap with Russia. So actually, especially our Austrian UPF took that very seriously and tried to host a number of conferences involving what were already differences. So here, Dialogue for Peace in Moldova in 2014, and then Russia and countries in the Asia-Pacific region toward peace and security and sustainable development in Moscow. We have done a lot of work there, and those bridges still need to be built, whatever's happening today. This was a conference that we held in Syria, again, bringing together the sides that don't normally meet or speak to each other. The person in the top left is a member of the Syrian parliament. The person below him had 30 of his relatives killed by the Syrian regime. But they sat at a table and treated each other as brothers from the same country. One of the most fruitful conferences I have attended in my life. I felt the common Syrian spirit from all sides. You could feel there is the will not only to be Syrian, but to build a new Syria. Sometimes when people ask what I do, I say I work for the Universal Peace Federation, and then I say I lived 14 years in Syria, so you can see how successful I am. There's a little bit of pain underneath those words, but actually we need to work. Actually, where the most difficulty is, we need to keep working. But this was a very rewarding conference because people who strongly disagreed treated each other really civilly, and it was very constructive for future building. This is an event that happened in Lebanon in 2006, very shortly after a war with Israel, in which there had been a lot of bombing and fighting in Lebanon. And we invited to Lebanon, from the United States, a group of peace ambassadors who were Muslim and Christian. And we put them into about 10 different groups, and each group had one Muslim and Christian American and one Muslim and Christian Lebanese. And they went to visit places all over, as you can see. They visited 36 places between them in 3 days: schools, churches, mosques, orphanages, city halls, the parliament, monasteries, and universities. And the real success, they said, was when we visited the families and they could feel the heart. But these are the words of that I took from a Muslim newsletter in the United States from one of the American Muslims who attended. He wrote about his visit. The strong message of UPF is the God-centered global vision promoting non-violent action that builds a foundation for peace through strong, loving families and communities that live for the sake of others. On the right, that's the Imam Sadr Foundation, which is a Shia organization orphanage in the south of Lebanon. And on the left, that's a visit to a family. This is last year. I was happy to be able to attend with some of you in the room, the Peace Road in Derry. For me, this is a good example of learning. You know, I felt, nobody actually told me I was supposed to go there. I just felt, you have to go. I felt strongly pushed to be there. And we are here on a wall, the walls of Derry, where we went to have a prayer. And in the conference room, later in the day, one of the people whose father had been killed on Bloody Sunday, if you know the reference, was a speaker. And he said, today you were on the walls, but I don't know how much you know about the walls. Those walls were built 400 years ago, 300 years ago, by Scottish people and English people in Ireland to keep Irish people out. And I was learning lessons by that time. I came away having learnt something that my people had done to other people that I never knew before. We learn these lessons everywhere around the world, and we have to put them right. In the Middle East, there are many such lessons. And on the right is the Peace Road that we did in Carlisle, which again, you can't see because it's so small, but right in the middle is the mayor of Carlisle. And she was obviously so delighted to meet a group like us. And where were we walking? Along Hadrian's Wall. Not to divide the Scots from the English, as the Romans might have wanted to do, but to show that from both sides of the world, of the wall, we want to cooperate together. So it was a good process. I want to combine two things with this slide. The first is a comment from UPF's chair, actually. He was talking to other staff people, and I think he probably didn't know that I was taking notes. But I liked what he said, because it's very simple but very true. UPF's methodology is really very simple. Be a good person, friendly, loving, engage people in dialogue, listen to them, learn from them. That's why all our reports are about convening people. That's just true. We are meeting people to understand, listen, learn from each other. And it's a process. On the right, there's two pictures from the same Syria conference I was talking about earlier. And this is the story of Thabet Abbara, who runs and owns a restaurant there in Cyprus. He invited the entire conference group to a Syrian dinner at his restaurant in Nicosia. When he first opened the restaurant 4 years before, he put a sign outside saying, "Nobody who supports the Assad regime is allowed to enter." He was pretty clear of where he stood. But that evening, 2 delegates from Syria, from the government, enjoyed a wonderful meal with us. It was very nice that we could do that. And this is somehow finding ways to go beyond the borders. This is a comment from a participant at the World Summit 2020 in Korea. This is the summit that gathered, I think it was 6,000 people, just as COVID was starting, and we had no cases. We were very careful, but actually everybody was in and out, and nobody was touched by COVID in the whole process. In the founding speech in 2005, Father Moon said, UPF should become an able-type counterpart to the existing United Nations. Able. You studied about Abel and Cain today. So somehow more connected to God than the existing one, to give a good example. And this is the comment of the advisor to the Vice President of Libya after the conference 15 years later. I have been to the UN General Assembly meeting in New York, European Union meetings in Brussels, African Union summit in Ethiopia, and countless conferences in so many countries around the world in my professional career as a nuclear engineer for decades and political advisor to President and Vice President of Libya during the last 7 years. But never have I seen a more organized event as this celebration in South Korea. What more can I say? I think he's saying that UPF is beginning to do what it should be doing. Earlier, Dr. David Earle shared the photo on the left and spoke about the one on the right. So I have both for you here. Character education programs that began in Russia, moved to China, are now moving in many other places. But this particular one is now in schools in Palestine. As I move into this section, I'm thinking of the part of UPF values or principles which says we are a spiritual being. And if we're a spiritual being, we have to think of the education of the character and the heart of the person, not just the professional education. So we have other programs. This one is currently being used in Sao Tome and in the Philippines and in different parts of the world. And it's developed according to the similar basic philosophy called 4 Family Loves, a curriculum for building good character and loving families. And it's done in combination with the Family Federation, Women's Federation, Youth and Students, as well as UPF. This is another program started originally through our World Association of NGOs, which was founded by Father Moon. He called it Play Football, Make Peace, and through that developed a program called Champions in Life, which teaches life values to football coaches, so that football coaches, when they coach children, can teach life values, so they become not just champions on the field, but champions in their life as well. And here are some of them demonstrating. There's a big program we did in Qatar recently. Also, of course, one of the main points of UPF was strengthening the family. And I've included a couple of slides here from past conferences. This one's a Family Day partnership with the United Nations Office of the Family. And these are a forum on marriage in Connecticut and a UN Day of Families event in Israel. And here again, I've taken one particular photograph, but I'm quoting again from the founding speech of Reverend Moon at the UPF. The value of the blessing as overcoming borders again, overcoming barriers. Imagine 2 enemy families who have cursed each other throughout their lives, people who would never dream of living together, what would happen if these families joined together through a cross-cultural holy marriage blessing? If a son from one family and a daughter from the other became husband and wife, loved each other and built a happy home, would the parents in these two families curse their own children? If that son loved his beautiful daughter of a hated enemy, and she as the daughter-in-law were to give birth to heaven's grandchildren as pure and clear as crystal, the grandparents would smile with pleasure. In time, the two lineages once soaked with enmity would be transformed. So this is using or understanding the potential of marriage as a peace-building institution on a massive way. I think probably some of you in the room are married to somebody from another culture. I know that's my case. My wife is from Japan. It can be challenging, but it can also be massively rewarding. I'm going to read, no, let's go on for the moment. Putting Things Right. This is Dr. Richard Kebedo, who I spoke about before. He's from Canada. And he decided he wanted to give an example of indemnity, which you heard about in one of the presentations earlier on. He said, as an evangelical Christian, let me give you an example of personal indemnity that you yourself can try out. And he was talking to a group of ministers, Christian ministers. If you have a bad relationship with a minister in your town, go home and invite him out to the best restaurant in town and tell him how sorry you are. You'd be surprised what can happen. I used to try to get evangelical ministers to have lunch with liberal ministers who they despised. You can imagine that, like a Sunni and a Shia saying, okay, let's do it. You know, in our different groupings, we have our different ways of boxing and categorizing each other. Oh, I'm not speaking to them. Actually, I know somebody who I was speaking to in a cafe yesterday here in London, whose husband's parents don't want to speak to her because she's Catholic, even though, and they're Protestant. You know, it still exists today, these kind of things. But he's showing ways to go beyond it. And that's what our life is about, finding ways to undo these blockages. So indemnity is based on sacrifice and service. And apologies to those of you who've heard this story from me 25 times already. I've been telling it for 40 years, but I cannot avoid the 1979 Birmingham experience. So here we go. Father Moon told the members of his church that it's a good idea to do home church and to go and serve people. And you should go and serve 360 families in the area. So people were faithfully doing that, and a young Japanese man was knocking on the doors in Birmingham, and he came to a particular door, which he knocked on. The door opened, the man looked at him and slammed the door in his face. So he thought, what should I do? He went away and bought a gift, and he came back the next day, and he knocked on the door, and then he stood like this with the gift. The man came to the door, opened it, was quite confused, and he said, I suppose you'd better come in. So they started to talk, and he began to visit him regularly. And he found out something. You see, this was 1979. In 1940, the Japanese had 1,600 prisoners of war in Singapore. They killed 1,596 of them. And this was one of the 4 that survived. So now you understand why he slammed the door, right? But they began to talk to each other, and they talked to each other. And one day, after about 3 months, the Englishman said to the Japanese man, I want to bring you to my church. So in the car on the way to the church, he said, you know, 40 years ago, when the British Army arrived, they liberated my body. In the last 3 months, You liberated my spirit. So now you understand why I can never stop telling that story. But the more I do so, the more I see that this is something that many people are doing. There are many wonderful examples. The Honourable Keith Best spoke in Ireland when we were together about the victim of the Brighton bombing meeting the people who had done it. And the story, which I think, Uniting for Peace, I read the article afterwards in their magazine. I read of what the victims in Colombia meeting the people who had committed atrocities. We hear of the Bereaved Family Forum, many different things where people are finding ways to go beyond this hatred and really rebuild something. So it's not one group that's good. It's one way of doing things that works. That's the point. It's a way of doing things that works. And if it works for us, it can work for you, it can work for anybody. Let's practice it more. Partnership involves, in this case, building integrity and trust. And here, that's the inauguration of the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace in Morocco. And thanks to our good staff, who are not in the picture, Hermina Shallan worked very hard to develop relationship with the Arab International Parliamentary Union, who then agreed and understood what UPF was doing and sent out something to all the Arab nations and then promoted the whole event. And on the strength of that, there was a successful launch in the parliament, followed by another one in Morocco, which came exactly on the foundation of trust built in the Lebanon experience. If you, I have to tell you my own experience here, which was that I went with a member of the parliament to meet the Secretary General of the two houses of the Moroccan parliament, the two Secretaries General, and we discussed the plan. And I presented our plan, carefully discussed with the Member of Parliament from Morocco. At the end, after I described an international conference, we'll do this, and he looked at me and said, "That's impossible." So my reaction was not very good. I said, "You mean you can't get 12 people into your parliament who are members?" Which is not the right thing to say, but I digested it after that, and I said, "Okay, if our plan doesn't work, what would your plan be?" And then he presented what he'd like to do. And I said, "Well, let me speak to Dr. Walsh and see if we can do that." He looked at me and said, "If you can do it, we will do it. We will not just do it, we will do it with joy." And there was a very great development, and I realized this is dialogue. You have to give space to the other. We always think we know the best way, but it's not true. We've been doing a series of Abraham Accords and Middle East Peace Initiative conferences, webinars, over the last year and a bit. And this was from the 11th one, the former Prime Minister Olmert. He made a comment which showed that we can move beyond the original agreement of the Abraham Accords from a year ago. And this is taken from the report in the Washington Times. Considering the fact that there is the Abraham Accords peace, the Palestinians must be top of the agenda. Now, this is an Israeli prime minister saying it, former one. But actually, they were deliberately excluded at the beginning. So this is a change of vision. We need to work together to forward rapidly, seriously, and responsibly, to work forward rapidly, seriously, and responsibly in order to create the kind of understanding which is a preliminary requirement for furthering the negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians toward a full peace treaty. Now, of course, he's not in power, but it's very good that people can see movement and development there. This is a more recent encounter at Expo 2020, even though it happened in 2022. And we were meeting with ministers from both governments, and we're going to be developing a youth exchange program with the support of both governments. And these are one of the principles that we were hearing about of UPF. We are one human family created by one God. These are the words from the mid-1980s from the former Prime Minister of Egypt, Aziz Sidki, who was former chairman of the Council of Presidents in the 1980s Summit Council for Peace. And this is what he says. World peace will be achieved when we emphasize spiritual laws that transcend and give meaning to the physical world, and when we establish a world community of peoples and nations under the parenthood of God to build relations of true love among us all. I thought it's quite notable that somebody of his standing 40 years ago could be saying something like that. And then, what's Father Moon's own explanation of the greatest accomplishment of the International Conference on the Unity of the Sciences? There are 3 quotes here. One of them is Father Moon's own one. On the right, Dr. Robert Jastrow says, the ecumenical spirit that pervades this conference is a revelation and a delightful surprise to me. These are scientists. But he said the ecumenical spirit, meaning people respect each other, learn from each other, understand each other. This is the UPF touch. Do you understand? It's not about what they're saying, it's about the way people are able to relate to each other, what spirit is created. And then Sun Myung Moon himself says, the greatest accomplishment of ICUS is that we have established a close and warm family bond. That's the greatest, he said. I would have thought he'd say, you know, we've discovered how to deal with this environmental problem or something like that. But actually, it's the quality of our relationships that is the most important. I've never met a man, Dr. Kenneth Mellenby from the UK, who combined such a sense of humour with deadly seriousness about the major problems of the world. And on the left, that's a book of the proceedings. Well, I guess you probably think these 2 politicians don't usually talk to each other or share the same place. But at World Summit 22, they were both there and both participating enthusiastically and indeed speaking well of each other, which nobody could have predicted. And we would say that's because there's that one parent that's bringing us together. And I love this picture because it tells me something simple. That's like a family snap, isn't it? Yeah. But who's the guy at the front on his knee? President of Paraguay. Doesn't he look just like your brother? That's right. It's a family. That's the point. The family spirit is there. And that's why I put home is where your heart is. So here we go. Go forward. Remember this. With the heart of a parent and the shoes of a servant, shedding sweat for earth, tears for man, and blood for heaven. So here are some shoes for you of a servant. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Yeah, I told you. I've not heard him a lot, but I know him. Well, this is towards the end. If you have anything to express, this is the time. But we'll have to have Mike. Yeah.
In a few minutes, should we have a couple of comments and then?
Yeah. Any comments one has? I have a small comment. It's not small comment. A small experience I had in Jerusalem. Father Moon asks us. We used to go with Robin and I, with the European group, to the Holy Land. And at this time, Moon had asked all people, a task force before you were there, I think, task force before the actual event of women to go and visit Palestinian and Jewish people. Palestinians are easy to open the door, but they're not so easy if you've come with an American person. So all American girls, our sisters, said, "Oh, I want to go with Margaret because I'm Arabic," and so I was going quite a bit. And this one person, some of you know Linda, who passed away. Yeah, she came with me. I said, I want to go with you. Okay. There was a bit of a, but I agreed to go with her. And this woman, because she's a very, her heart is very hard because she's working for the Palestinian young people who are unrighteously in prison for years and years and years. And she talked to us all about this, and she's got a little bit of pain on her legs and things like that. And she was shouting and things. And after a little while, some sweet comes on the table. A little while, something else comes, a cup of coffee, and somebody brings for us as guests. And then she was getting more and more agitated. And then she said, this is Linda, American girl, said, she hates the Americans. And she kept on telling she hates Americans. She said to her, I can do massage very well. Can you just sit on my lap? And I will massage you. Oh my God. I cried all the time because the lady was saying, oh, you're so good to me, you're so good to me, you're so good to me. And at the end she said, I never thought I would say this to any person. You're not massaging me, you're massaging my heart. To really know that there are good Americans. I was so touched. We're all crying, we're all hugging each other. So this is another experience, you see, that God gives us. As we are visiting people, we really feel amazing. If we follow the point of dialogue and working together, we'll meet so many good experiences. So I just thought I'd share that, because when you talked about your friend. Any comment? Yes, please.
Christina was going to say something.
Can you give this to somebody else?
To Christina?
Let him do it. Can you do it?
Last comment. I feel that
Closer.
every time we experience pain, we can always remind ourselves that we can practice healing for ourselves and others. And every time we experience chaos, in our environment or inside, we can always practice balance. And every time we feel disempowered, we can always empower ourselves and others. Thank you.
Philip, can you do this? Can you give it to Philip? Because you always, Philip, come forward with the microphone to give to others. Who is able to speak, to say something? Any other comments? Patricia, you were going to say something? Bahwan, you never said anything.
Hello, everybody. I've been 5 or 6 times to the Holy Land. We would bring interfaith group always with us. The first time when I went, it was really difficult because you think you're a peacemaker, so it's easy to bring people together, but it's not that easy. And I remember when I went, I was very moved by the Palestinians and their hospitality, and my heart was flowing towards them, and we did humanitarian work and all of that. But I found it very difficult towards Jewish people. I found them very harsh and it was very hard to relate. And in the end, I just felt that I failed my mission as a peacemaker. There's a difference between humanitarian work and peace building to bring people together. And I pray with my whole heart, and I say to God, I'm so sorry, but I completely failed. And I just, and I was crying, I felt, because I couldn't relate. It was really a blockage in my own heart. And I really felt God listened to my prayer amazingly. You know what happened? When I was in the plane, I was waiting to go to the toilet, and there was this elderly Jewish lady who came to me, and she looked at me and she said, I want to speak to you. And I didn't want especially to speak with any Jewish person. I was just blocked. But because she was elderly, so I felt I should pay my respect. And after I came back from the toilet, I sat with them, and she looked into my eyes and she said, I want to speak to you because I saw you in my dream. And I was so touched because I felt that God wanted me to listen to her story. And for 3 hours, she spoke about her fear as a Jewish person. you know, the fear to go to the market, the fear to send their children to school, not knowing if they will come back alive, the fear to be also harmed by the whole Muslim world, and all these things. And I just suddenly, I felt just a vulnerability, and my whole body, I really began to cry, and I really realized, you know, sometimes to do peace work, it begins with ourselves. And afterwards, my heart was more free, and
Yes.
I went back. In the beginning, I didn't want to go back, in fact. And then I went back, and I met some wonderful Jewish people, and we could really bring together. And it was because God wanted to teach me something. It was I never forgot that experience.
Thank you. Philip. There is somebody online, but they just, yeah, good.
Peace and love with you all. My name is Awad Ahmed from Somali community. We have a spiritual gift today, a good message. Thank you very much. What I like really is that we all brothers and sisters. And الروح الواحدة في الجميع. We all spiritual being and intelligence conscious. So, and that message, we have also removed the barriers, whether that is nationality, languages, we all brothers and sisters. And also I like a message for the dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What are we going to ask? Faye. Could we have Faye online? She wants to say something. You can?
Thank you so much.
Oh, excellent. Hi, Faye.
It's really...
I can't hear her. 1 minute, we can't hear you. It's difficult to be on Zoom, but she's been there from beginning till now. So she deserves to speak. What's happening, darling?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, she'll do somebody else, and then we can fix it. She'll do reflection even now.
Perhaps the lady could type a question with this.
She probably is going to get statements. She's that type. She just wants to. Okay, can you speak? Can you speak, Faye? Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody today, to UPF for hosting the meeting and for organizing the meeting, and to all the wonderful speakers. It's been extremely thought-provoking and very, very deeply felt emotion trying to hear you guys and what you portrayed today. I just found it quite heavy going in a sense of trying to, I appreciated the positivity and the unified thoughts where we were all very much of the same mindset, while issues are going on around the world, as you mentioned, in Ukraine, all, parts of Africa, and that people haven't actually learnt, despite all this wonderful history that we should have gained experience from, and the saying that past behavior is future behavior unless you address the behavior, make the changes. And I just wonder how we, as part of UPF, can maybe in a slightly more proactive manner try and address the issues, because here we are. Yes, on one hand, we're saying that it's not the Russians, it's one man. Yes, it is. But there are a lot of people within Russia who actually believe very firmly, unfortunately, of the doctrine that Putin is portraying. And that includes certain countries that I put as forward-thinking, highly intelligent countries. So I just feel that it's fine to talk about humanitarian love and compassion and the whole thing. But before our very eyes, everything that we are trying to portray is being very, very harshly demonstrated by the disregard for the care of human life, for the care of children, for the care of the rights of women. And this is something that's going on in our very time, at the current time. How do we explain this to the children who have a very wonderful belief and of visioning what's going on in the world today and the hardships and the chaos that it's creating? So I just wanted to say thank you so much for the meeting today, and these are just some of my thoughts. I would love some input on how we as UPF can influence a little bit in a more proactive manner.
Thank you very much. Well said. We have to work on it with you. Okay.
Thank you, Faye.
I think there's Anna Bayer online as well. We like to involve them because they've been there all the time. Anna, are you there? She's been asking. And in the meantime, oh, great. I can't see her face.
My name is Anna Bayer, and I'm an international relations scholar by training. I've worked a lot on the world wars and so forth, and also on mental health. And I just wanted to say a massive thank you for allowing me to join here today and for listening. I learned so much, and it was really great, and I'm deeply grateful, and I really would like to continue to stay in touch. Thanks ever so much from my heart.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
I would like to say, if you don't want to say yourself, what you said to me, gosh, I forgot her name. I would say something that came from Croatia. No. Anybody else who wants to say something? Could be reflection, yeah.
Could we ask?
Yeah.
Actually, we have our continental president
and wife
present. But Dr. Balcom, Dr. Mike Balcom, would you like to come and say a few words at the conclusion of our day? Afterwards, we'll have, if someone would like to give reflections on the day, that would be nice.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's difficult to be the last speaker at the end of a long day. But anyway, my name is Mike Balcom. I'll tell you something that you may find interesting. Yes, it's true, I am a doctor. And my doctorate was actually the study of the effectiveness of UPF conferences. So I interviewed thousands and thousands of people just like you over a period of several years. And when it came time to digest the results, they were really shocking. So what I found out is that what people were least interested in was what UPF thinks, although they respected it. And what they secondly were least interested in is what UPF does, the projects. So I thought, oh, that must mean they don't like UPF at all. But they said, actually, what we love about UPF are the people who make it up, which means, of course, all of you. It was in the interaction, the discussion with people of other thoughts, that people found the real value. But I also thought that I want to leave you with one thing, which I call the 3 whats. You've spent today hearing a lot about what we think, what we do, but I want to challenge you with 2 more questions. The next one is, so what? So, okay, you've told us this, you've told us that, but why should I care? Why do you care? I hope you've heard or thought something about that. It's true, as our online speaker said, our world is in crisis, our continent is in crisis, UPF in Russia is in crisis. We have a very large UPF in Russia, and they're in an extremely difficult situation. It's actually against the law to say anything against the current direction of that country. And UPF in Ukraine is in crisis as well, where equally it's against the law, though we have many Russian, Ukrainian families. It's a terrible situation. You may not know, but we've been conducting a campaign to raise money to support refugees, refugee families. So far, we've raised almost $1 million from generous donations from people like you. We're helping directly 200 families to resettle them around Europe, but we've also helped many thousands of other refugees who've passed through our peace embassies in Chisinau, in Moldova, in Warsaw, in Bucharest, and in all the countries all around. I wish we could do more here in the UK, quite honestly, but we'd like to do that. Which leaves me with my last question. Now what? Okay, now what do we do? And the answer is really simple. And I want to share with you something that Mother Moon, our founder, said to me just 3 weeks ago. She said, you know, I am hoping for more from the UK. You are such a blessed country. You know, we are at peace. We have a peaceful, pluralistic society where we can have meetings like this. But she said, you know, I'm really hoping that Britain will take its God-given responsibility. And what is that? Father Moon used to say that nations have certain characteristics, and the UK should be a mother nation. It should be a nation that cares for and raises up the other nations of Europe and the world. And we definitely could be doing more. And my vision for UPF in Britain, UPF in Europe, is that we are more proactive, another of our online questions. So I want to ask you, when you go back from this meeting, don't stop there. Please share your thoughts, your suggestions, and why not become a local UPF director? You know, we have two very hardworking UPF directors here, Margaret and Robin. You know, I've known Margaret for 40 years. She hasn't changed a bit. But there's only one Margaret. We need 10 Margarets, 10 Robins, and there's 40 people in the room. So there's room for you to become one of the new leaders and directors of UPF work. We need you to join this task. We need your ideas. Let's make Britain really the mother nation that can bring peace to the lost children of this world. Thank you so much.
You're wanting for action, here is action.
Actually,
homework.
That it sounds like you need to challenge us.
Yes. Yeah.
But we need your reflections.
Yeah, if you have some reflections of the day, just could be one line or 2 lines, whatever you feel.
Just raise your hand and Philip will come with the microphone.
Philip, where are you? My Armenian friend, do you want to say something? You're too shy? Oh. David wants to say something?
Goodbye to you.
Oh, so long far away, you're going on the train. He's come all the way from Edinburgh.
Well, thank you very much for your
God bless.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's got the train to catch. Bawan. Oh, what's your name? Huh? Elizabeth, please tell us what you feel. Reflections.
Could you face...
Come here,
face
come.
the
Just come here.
Just face the camera.
Yeah. Just come here. Yeah.
And the people online can see you as well.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Elizabeth, and I'm from Birmingham. I made the journey down this morning. And I sit there thanking Patricia for being so persistent, because she never stopped calling my phone until I said, okay, Patricia, yes, I will come. And I have a business that I close today to come. And I tell you something, what I've heard here today, let me want to come out and join you all.
Thank you.
Because, you know, the children is my concern, the young ones. And half of them don't know nothing about this.
I know.
And if it's just some
Bring
way,
them next time.
I could take them, or even take it out to them, find a way to get through to them.
Yes.
You know, I have a cafe, and most of the time when they come in with this attitude. And I would say to them, why are you looking like that? What's happened to you? And he says, well, can I do something? And he says, yeah, just a smile. And they smile and says, oh my gosh, what a beautiful smile you've got. And before they leave, they're a different person to when they came in. And I think sometimes they just need someone just to go beyond that roughness that they show in front and find something inside. And today I listened and tears was literally dripping from my eyes, because I thought we are here and we know all this. But who is going to be strong enough to take it out?
You.
When that gentleman came up there and he says we need to do something about it, I just felt, what can we do? What can I do?
Yeah.
Because they need to know, that we do believe in them.
David can help you.
Yeah.
And then you can tell the young people.
So that's something I maybe would want to do.
Great.
Save me running up and down in the kitchen and up and down.
They'll help you there.
You could even teach them, how to cook, because a lot don't know.
That's such
Even
a good
the young,
idea.
the young ladies, them don't know how to cook and how to even make somebody feeling happy within themselves, because they just see the world as what's use, what's the use. And I think it's a beautiful place out there, if only we can take it to them. And so that is my reflection.
Would you like to come, this young lady, she said she's shy. Please don't be shy. Okay. Please, you are at home with lovely people.
It's on. Hello, I'm Fahuna, and I've just recently joined the UPF, and I just feel very inspired by what I've heard, and it's also something that I've kind of started to instill into my own life, because I've gone through a lot of family trauma and issues and stuff. So I really related to the idea of conflict in the family, and I witnessed how it could affect the family. And I also feel like I'm starting to restore my life, like the way you explained about restoration through spiritual healing and meditation. So it's definitely something that I feel inspired by, and it's also nice to kind of meet everyone of all races and religions, and just it's very inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you. Oriola? Reflection, 1 minute. Come on.
Thank you for all the introduction that you made to UPF. We gained peace today, spiritual peace, and essential understanding of the main values and the principles that we should have in our daily lives to live with prosperity and fulfillment and joy, and to share the joy, and not to keep only within ourselves, but to deliver to others, because everybody might need peace. I don't know anybody that can live without these principles and values. So I think that I enjoyed it very much. It was such a big event for my life. I mean, it was crucial to learn. So thank you very much.
Arshad, do you want to hear from another young man? Arshad, you want? You or him? You are young, son. Philip, you're young. You can say. Until Arshad comes, you speak.
Okay.
Yeah, today was a very insightful event, getting to gather people from all walks of life, different backgrounds. And yeah, the only thing, UPF, that was a great introduction. And yeah, I think the only thing that will allow us to move forward is we're all God's children, we're all siblings, despite the fact that, different colors, but we all bleed red. So it was really nice, very insightful, and I hope you guys could also gain something from it today.
Surya, you want to say something? Oh, you're shy. Oh, yes, somebody, please. Please come this way.
My name is Farida, and I've come from Birmingham all the way for this meeting. And thanks to Patricia for inviting me, and I'm glad I came. I've been on Zoom meetings for so many times, but it's not the same as being face-to-face and meeting so many people. It makes a lot of difference. Now, what I've heard today is very inspiring and thought-provoking, and I think it concerns all of us, and we should all work together towards it. There are so many things like family life and the youth problems I've been thinking about for the last couple of years, and today I've heard so many things, and I've also had the answers to my questions. So I think these meetings should go on, and we should all work together towards that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Another young person.
Could you take it? Or
She has to come here.
or she's going to come.
Can you look at this way?
This way. Hi everyone. Sorry, is that okay? You can hear me. My name's Amina. I just wanted to say thank you so much. It's been such an inspirational event. I want to say thank you to David. Some of the all the Davids, yeah. Some of the principles are things really we can apply every single day. Like we're all here, we received information, and that's motivating your mind, and that's great. That makes us feel good. But right now, what we have to do is implement, and that's coming from that heart. What is it that you can do that you feel inspired to do in this moment? The unique thing about UPF is it's legacy focused, right? It's a legacy vision, and that's the reason why everything works, because we come from that place of we live our life the way we want to leave our life, in that honor, in that legacy, knowing that actually every step we take, we're contributing. So I just want to say thank you, and I want to inspire you all to actually take the action. Don't just sit on it, because we all have great ideas, but when we sit on it, we deprive other people of like what we actually need to do.
This young lady is a lawyer, actually. Oh, please.
I like that. Legacy
Kalpana,
vision.
come.
I like that.
Yeah, from London. No, actually, she was in the reading group with us. She's very lovely.
Anyone else like to make a reflection after?
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Margaret and Robin, for inviting me and my son. It was wonderful time listening to different people, and it's unity in diversity, because we learn from the religious things as well. All the prophets from all the religion teaching the same thing. Jesus told, love thy neighbor thyself. He didn't say, love thy Christian neighbor thyself. The Prophet Muhammad told, you have marshal of food, or your neighbor is starving, you are not belonging to Islam. He didn't say you have marshal of food or your Islamic neighbor is starving, you're not belonging to Islam. Same like Hinduism say, par upkar dharam nahi bhai, means helping other is the biggest religion. It's not say like help other Hindu, help all the people.
Bravo.
Like this mic his duty is like to, amplify my word. The light is giving the light, and all the equipment is different. When we see, there's no different mic electricity, there's no different light electricity. Electricity is one of the same like all of us. We belong to different family, like he told, we have bleed the same, blood, red color. So we have to find the unity. We already, a lot of people teaching us the differentiation now. We are here, I'm listening the unity, how we are unite. So we are one family under this one, our Father God, whatever name we call it. Exactly. So just let's work together and make it one finally. So thank you.
Would you like to come?
Come.
I have
Nadia.
Hi, I'm Nazia.
I've come from Birmingham. I don't usually like to say anything because I have too much to say. So anyway, just a bit of background. I'm a student of political science, so I study wars and politicians, and the more I study, the more depressing it gets. And I think when it comes to organisations like this and people like yourselves, there's one thing that brings hope is that there's just so many wonderful people within faith-based communities, and that sort of makes me think sometimes there's hope.
Yes.
But I also sometimes think that when I look around the world and say just all the conflicts, I often think the people that are in those countries that are on the winning side, when they talk for the oppressed, so say, you often find in Palestine, you get many Jews that are talking in favour of the oppression against the Palestinians, or in India, there are Hindus that are talking in favour of the minority groups. So I often think they're the true heroes, and that's the hardest job when we tackle our own communities and the oppression that goes on within our communities. And I'm Pakistani by heritage. I was born here, but I often have to tackle some racism within my own community, and I'm sure you all see it within your own communities as well. And I think that is the hardest thing to do sometimes, is challenge people that you're comfortable amongst, but to say something out the ordinary or get them to reflect on what they're doing, that's the hardest thing sometimes. And I think maybe that's something that we should all work on. Yeah, because I don't think we could change the world as individuals, but
together.
But together, if we work within our own communities, I think that's a way we could easily access change. So.
Thank you. Actually, it's very valuable because many times we find ourselves working with those people. The Bereaved Family Forum from Israel-Palestine, those people are so moving, and we seem to find those kind of people, and that gives hope. They're kind of Stephen Timms, MP, as well. There are MPs actually who joined politics because they had a great vision, and sometimes they get pushed aside, but actually there are people to work with, but we need to work with them. Actually, we wanted to ask Sheikh Ramzi to come up because I kind of see him. And Caroline. So please come up. Sheikh Ramzi is a longtime friend, and for a long time he was a UPF UK trustee, for which we're very grateful. Please come up and give some reflection. Very grateful. I want to come up here.
But of course, that was, yes, I agree to the Islamic greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. May peace and blessing of Almighty God be upon you all. I know you have been, I'll just make it very short because I know everybody stick to the seats, and very difficult for everybody to just sit for hours and hours. However, God bless you all. That was excellent. We had excellent speakers from the, of course, chair of the trustees, and of course David and the other, and of course Robin and Margaret, which I came for Margaret because she's in my heart. It is great, which we have cohesion, integration and cohesion. We have. Are you allow me to say something about the things of? Yeah. Okay. What we have, of course, at the moment, with the situation of the world and the human trafficking, is a very difficult for us, especially for the Ukraine people, which I met many. Of course, I came to London to talk to them, and Oxford and several other places, which they get the horrific things. And we know, as I said, the human trafficking or slavery is a very old tradition of the human being. But at the moment, I have a petition given to government for anyone who abducting or stealing the women and children for the matter of bringing them to sex. Maximum sentence for the life, and of course we talked to many MPs. Many MPs and ministers, they said, get the numbers and we are with you. If you get even 10,000, we can change the law, because there is a gap between the law for the law for UK, which we haven't got it in this one, because about at least 20 million people has been in a year or two has been abducted, and not 5 people has been arrested. Not 5. Not 5 have been convicted. This is very important, especially in Ukraine, which I know thousands of, if it's not the tens of thousands, women and children have been missing. They don't know, and they're gone. And of course, this is a real war. This is a real war, because of 2 wars. One war with the Russians, and one war with these traffickers. Is the most profitable things at the moment in the world. $250 billion a year they take in, they traffic in, and the women and children. They got the father fighting in the war, and the women and children, which are very tired. You know, imagine the woman never been out of the house with the 2 children, now is coming out. He's tired, the children crying, no food, nothing, and straight goes to hand of these people. Therefore, what we need to do, I've got some of these, of course, if you like to take it, is very important. We help it, and we can. I am asking the government, and they accepted, of course, they helped me to. The government itself helped me to write this. They said, we have a gap in here. If you get that, that's good, and we can do it. That's
the scandal at the EU border agency Frontex. This is something where the UK, and particularly its media and the BBC, can play a huge part, because this is a major issue.
That's right.
Which is going to put it mildly, is not going to help the huge problem.
Yes, but again, I said we have 1,000-mile journey start with the first step. I am asking the government, is if you look at the petition, you can easily go with the QR, we can petition and you look. We're asking the government to lead the world, and they accept. I spoke to at least 20 MPs, and I write to at least 400 MPs. MPs just write it and say, okay, you go to your constituent, but they know, they sympathize. Absolutely, to your MPs, we got of course, we got a website. You can write to your MP, and let's save. If you save 1 child from the pedophile, we done our job. If you say we are working for millions, and by the grace of God, we shall save these mothers and children from these ones. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me.
You want to pass it around, or
Yeah.
you have just a few copies? Or?
Yeah, a few copies if they want to. If you want to.
Okay. Philip, would you mind passing these around?
Sure. Bahwan, can you come?
Thank you.
Bahwan is a very nice lady, always helping us.
We have a website, and the website says, of course, we got a template for what you write.
Hi everyone, my name is Bhavna, and I've been associated with UPF since 2017, and I'm a brand ambassador of UPF. That's a proud feeling I say to everybody who I meet and talk about UPF. So basically I'm a bit nervous. It's been like after 3 years I've come out specifically for this event and getting to see the people, so it's just a bit nerve-wracking for me. What I want to say here is, Margaret and Robin, sir, they have been absolutely gem of people, not because of the work they do, because of the association which I have developed. And there is a massive learning, massive patience which I have learned through them, how exactly their leadership is transforming so many lives, not only in UK, but also the worldwide. So this is really, really inspiring for me. I run a charity in India, which is that in my mother's legacy, and I am also advisor with multiple organizations worldwide. So basically right now I'm focusing on SDG 17, which is about fostering partnership. And like today's event, David sir, he mentioned about subject and object. He mentioned about restoration. He mentioned about how love and togetherness play a role in order to bring the community together. And there is so much of work to be done from the individual space. So this is a beautiful opportunity for all of us, since we are here in this room. Like our work talk of that we have to go from local to global, right? So thanks to everybody out here. I'm nervous, as I mentioned about, but I would love to connect with everybody out here, and in case if I can contribute some way to work in the spirit of togetherness, that would be an honor. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few more minutes, but I would like to invite Imam Shahid, who's come also all the way from Birmingham. Please give your reflections.
Thank you. Peace be to all of you. I've spent a whole day here, and the things that I've heard from the speakers and the insight that I've got is absolutely amazing. And obviously from yourselves as well. I moved from High Wycombe to Birmingham 5 years ago. And when I went to Birmingham, I went into an area which was is in the Small Heath and Bordesley Green area, and I felt it was slightly deprived. I found it very difficult for the first year, and but over the last 5 years, I've fallen in love, and I'll tell you for why. Because I am in charge of a mosque, and in that mosque we have 100 students that come to that mosque, and we've spoken about the family today, and they're from broken families, and when you hear their stories, everything changes. I was in a different mindset. We were a panel of scholars, and we had academia in mind, but when I got there, everything changed, and I thought, well, and it was through those children that I actually fell in love with Birmingham, because now what we want to do is we want to create and bring the best and the potential out of those children, and we want to make them like yourselves, like Nazia, who's just spoken that she's a student of political science, and that's nothing to be depressed about, because these are realities. And I think that's one thing that we've established here today, that there is the ideal and then there is reality, and we need to be in touch with both, and through ideal, I'm sure we can work on reality, providing we contribute individually and collectively. But for the past 4 or 5 years, I've been praying to God, and I've been saying that I need help in order to bring the best out of these children, and I can't do it. I don't think I'm trained enough, and I certainly I'm one person there just by myself. And I think God sent me David Earl and Patricia a few years ago, and I didn't realize up until today. They've been talking to me, but I think God works in a very mysterious way. We've dined together, we've spoken on many things, and I absolutely love them and admire them. But today has been a very special day for me, because today I've got the insight of exactly what the vision and what the principles are, and I'm very confident to say that they align with my beliefs and what my values and principles are. And I think God sent us here today to work together, and at least we have those 100 students. They're very young, by the way. They come and tell me that my dad's a heroin addict, and I've seen some pain, what my mother's been through, and it really, it changes us as a person. It's certainly changed me, and I'm hoping that through this, if we can work together, and we want the gentleman at the back, the doctor. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Michael, Dr. Michael. Look, you're a doctor, you're highly educated, but you're a good salesman as well. You're certainly your words were very powerful, and you have me on board at least.
Okay, we have very few minutes. How many people? Maybe one or two? Anybody else? Yes, or come back. I can't run around. Thank you, darling. You know, Kalpana brought her son to our project, and he's here now, studying principal. That's wonderful.
As I have spoken earlier on, sorry. I'm Caroline Heward. As I have spoken earlier on, I just really wanted to have a final few words and say, today, we've actually had a huge education. For some of us, we've dropped into our heart. For some of us, we've had huge transformation. It doesn't end here. When you go home into your communities and your families, you take that heart with you. And when you take your heart with you, you transfer that into your families and your communities. And they will be in your heart too. And they will find that peace that you found here in this room. And I trust that you will do that, because this is how we raise consciousness in our world. And this is how one of the cool ways we can create world peace, by raising our own vibration to be in our heart and to raise consciousness into world peace. This is the way we can do it. Thank you so much.
This Ambassador for Peace has been away for a long time, and she's back.
I'm back. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bianca Madison Boletta. I've been Ambassador for Peace and admirer of these two beautiful people and everyone else for years, and I haven't been for quite a few years. I'm back now. I was telling Margaret earlier, it's been such a refresher today for me, reconnection with the heart. And I was reminded of a very famous writer, Maya Angelou, who's one of my heroines, famous quotation. She said, "People forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but they will never, ever forget how you make them feel." That's what UPF is all about, the heart, reconnection with the heart. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bless you.
Okay. Last minute, anybody? You're all good? What about Alia? Yvonne? Anyone? Okay. Yes, she's coming. Come. Are you coming for me, Tina? No.
Thank you very much, everyone. We've had a wonderful day, a lot of inspiration, a lot of insight, a lot of wisdom, and I'm sure in situations in the coming days you'll be thinking of David Hanna's words or David Fraser Harris's examples or David Earl's also his insights from this morning. I think they will resonate. But if the words that come to you are from Dr. Michael Balcom, and you have some idea that you want us to work on, then please come to us, to challenge us, and maybe we can collaborate together.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Bring proposals.
Please have a safe journey home. Please feel free to Malay, to talk with each other, to network. Thank you.
My poor friend, she's so tired, but she stayed till the end. She's studying.
I just want to put it. I want to be absolutely.
You want to do a
unashamed
selfie?
and say, yeah, well.
Margaret?
Margaret.
Oh, yeah.
1 second.
Photos.
Would you take a picture of the three of
Oh,
us,
this is
please?
photo.
The three of us.